Welcome, everybody, to tonight's episode of our Thrayne campaign for the Forever DMs. Before we jump in, our next episode this coming weekend will be an episode of Breakfast and Dragons, or Straterra. Bill, do you want to say anything about the upcoming episode?
Watch it.
Right. Okay. So
Fair enough.
I'm trying to save my voice.
super talkative tonight. I love it. Well, tonight's episode will be picking up right where we left off for our Thrayne campaign. Stay tuned. Next week, we may have an episode of Shooting the Crit coming up. We've been discussing various scheduling issues for some of us. So, but I think that is all of our super formal official announcements for this week. So, we're going to play the really cool animated trailer. You missed it. You blinked. Sorry, guys. You missed it. But when last we left off, our strange little band of friends gathering in the town of Schema, preparing for the Scheman Lights, a festival where this aurora lights up the valley above the town of Schema, and their hot springs and rich geothermal activity keeping the area rife with life. The party, having ventured away from town on one errand, returned and spent the night enjoying the lights, and now on their next day, running out of town, heading to the home of a cook named Edwin for the innkeeper at the where are we staying again? The Light in Bed. Checking on him, making sure he's okay. Arriving and discovering that a sinkhole had opened up beneath the house. The party ventured down into the giant hole in the ground. Some excitedly, some quicker than they thought they would, and some very, very hesitantly joined in this darkened chamber. And that, my friends, is where we pick up.
Okay. So I feel like we just heard a scream.
So we did, in fact, just hear a scream. This deep, guttural, terrifying scream echoes through the chamber around you.
And I did mention Jubei ran forward. I think he's taking point.
All right. So
I thought Reese was up there.
Yeah.
Reese and
fake Reese. I will have slipped my mask over my face now, and then I'm gonna send my silent image 10-15 feet ahead of me.
And
Running.
Reese, just a quick double check. You've already got your vision set right. Awesome.
What, Misty Vision?
Your range of vision with the Eldritch Incantation you took.
I get bonus.
Yeah, you get super long. And everybody's got dark vision of some way, shape, or form.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I think we found that out.
Awesome.
No.
Technically, we all have tunnel vision right now.
Accurate.
I
go for the day.
don't have light spell in, by the way. If I realize that people can see without it, then I'm gonna drop it.
We'll sort that out here in a bit. So, Jubei rushing forward, and few interesting things happened when you arrived. Reese, you felt the impression of emotion in your mind of fear, danger, predator. Very simplistic, animalistic emotion. Jubei, you took a moment and paused and smelled for the scent of decay and death, and did in fact smell it. Additionally, this subtle, almost faint vibration in your hand that you swear is just a figment of your imagination as you clutch the scabbard of your blade. So,
Let's do that. That does not say read. He does not say.
I apologize for interrupting the story for a second, but we were just gifted, I think, 10 subscriptions by Rosi Nantes right here at the start of things. So
thank you so
thank
much.
you for the support. That is stellar and incredible.
indeed. Thank you very, very kindly.
Awesome.
Thank you for supporting our addiction.
Yes.
Right. So as all of this is going on, having been the first one down the hole after a surprise teleportation down the sinkhole, Selu would have taken a moment to gather their bearing a bit, take a look around at things. I believe they had noted specifically some scratch marks and signs of that looks like someone had been drugged down the tunnel.
Correct.
So with that
And so
knowledge and threat, they would draw their 2 Eskrima sticks, and immediately the swirling patterns on them would thrum briefly with a blue energy and then fade back out.
wonderful. So Kai, are you doing anything particular as we are venturing in? You were a little defensive and concerned about being underground last we left off.
Yeah. Well, so since I see Selu rushing forward, I, instead of drawing my normal reach weapon, you're going to see me reach to my back and pull from like the double holster on my back. I pull a regular looking spear, and then I'm going to shrug that shield off of my back onto my arm. And then I'll follow Selu.
Awesome. And Mist.
Finally got that Chekhov's gun.
Mist did his little hardcore parkour bouncing in kind of behind everybody else. Was very interested in like what is going on. I do not know why all these things have fallen into this hole. There's a stove down here. This is strange. And then the butterfly Reese steps out of himself, and Mist like immediately like ADD kicks in. He pulls out a journal and starts like writing down like Reese made Reese at the flies, and like it just kind of bouncing around, not really focused on anything at this point.
All right, Reese, there's your mirror image for you.
Ooh, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'll flip my mask down, or slide it out and put it on, and then start following Jubei, and then illusory Reese is going to be in front of me.
Okay. So Jubei and Selu being kind of taking the lead going forward in this moment, you notice off to the right, it looks almost like it branches in 2 directions pretty immediately, and off to the right you see sticking up out of the ground a collection of bones, and to the left is where you see that scraping and drag marks.
That's not ominous.
And apparently there's a horse-drawn carriage down here.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Them clip clops.
You know,
First there was a stove, now there is a carriage. This is a strange tunnel.
fine. I can deal with that.
And now for something much more ominous.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. So, venturing forward, what is the plan? Where are we going?
Jubei would
was
be
kinda moving
chasing
fast.
after the scream.
Yeah.
So Jubei, that scream.
He has
heading-
disadvantage to stealth checks because he's in armor, so he would not be quiet.
All right. So feel free to grab your people and just kind of move them around. This cavern is very, very large, and for reminder, it's kind of extending under the bluff, underneath the cliff faces.
What general direction did I hear the scream come from, or can I pinpoint it?
Coming from
Right
this
ahead.
direction.
Then bing, that's where I'm going.
Okay. Immediately and noticeably, there is this slick, dark brown, reddish patch in the ground that continues around this direction.
Would Reese recognize this as blood?
Pretty immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, is it fresh or is it like kind of faded?
Make a medicine check for me. Go ahead and head on up to it and inspect it.
While
My
he
first
does that
roll.
check, Selu would pop down here and kind of look at what this formation is on the ground as well.
Sure. Go ahead and make a.
Got it.
While he's looking at the blood, I'm gonna come around and just keep an eye out into the darkness for movement.
Okay.
Kind of making sure Reese is protected while he's concentrating on something else.
Okay.
Mist. Sorry, go ahead, Gib.
Go ahead, Mist.
Mist is moving very stealthily, keeping to the back of the group, and has his dagger drawn.
Okay. Make a stealth check for me then. Reese, what was that medicine check?
15.
With a 15, yeah. This is definitely blood, and it is not super fresh, actually. Maybe a couple days old.
Can we tell how close the screaming is, or is the tunnel just kind of distorting that?
So there is no more screaming.
Okay, well, so the initial screaming then.
It echoed, kind of came from
That's probably
everywhere.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Selu, what was that nature check?
Selu is super distracted by the immediacy of the danger across everything. They stop at whatever this is, but are immediately pulled away towards something else with a nat 1 on the roll. They don't know squat. Total
Looks
of
like bone.
total of a 5, but
Looks like bones.
barely. They just immediately continue on their way.
Wonderful.
This
Mist.
This blood's a bit old, everyone.
17.
Okay.
13 plus 4.
Jubei, this blood's been here for a couple of days. Not sure. This is
Someone
the same location.
someone is down here, or someone that was living is down here.
So I actually don't know how far silent image can go away from me, but I'm gonna send it towards these bones, and so pretend Reese is gonna pretend like he's looking at the bone.
Okay.
He doesn't make any noise, but he looks 100% real unless you fail save, which is a
Am I-
13.
Okay.
Am I able to follow that, like the scratch marks that were on the ground? Are those still there?
So they continue around this way, around past where Reese's illusory replica is hanging out.
Also, I probably like look at Reese, and then I look at the other Reese, and then I'm like, and then I just like shake my head, and then I keep moving.
So they're Reese's.
No,
Hopefully not.
But hopefully,
Yeah, hopefully not in pieces.
I'm gonna hope I
Sean,
stay.
get out of my head.
Okay, two dad jokes. Two dad jokes tonight.
Yep.
Miss.
Gotta get him out of the way before we die.
Yeah.
Coming from back behind you and off this to what would be up relatively on your screen to your 10 o'clock. You hear, "This blood's a bit old. I don't know."
Kind of a delayed echo.
Yeah, Mist will whip around, dagger at the ready, and just see if he can see anything back there. Still trying to be as quiet as possible during all this.
Make a perception check.
Oof.
Oh boy.
A total of 8.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no.
Not sure. It bounced off of something.
In a not Reese move, I'm gonna move out with my illusion. My illusion's gonna keep walking. Probably being a little more brave than me. But I'm just like keeping my eyes peeled for anything to happen. It's screaming stop.
Selu. Down to about your 4 o'clock, you hear, "This blood's a bit old. I don't know."
May I get a perception check?
Please do.
It's decidedly better than the nat 1 on the first roll. That will be a dirty 20.
Cave goes on.
Which
This
way do
is
you
a-
think we should be going?
That's a really delayed echo.
Yeah. I don't haven't
Bones in front of.
the bones in front of us look like giant things. Or is
Yeah,
it people?
it's people bones.
Okay.
Kai,
Thank
as you step forward, and your foot crunches on these old desiccated bones that are there. You hear a dripping sound. Bloop. Something
From where?
Something hits your arm.
I
This is
look
that
up.
moment.
Suspended from the ceiling,
No.
attached with some sort of viscous material, is a body.
Hot.
Missing one arm and a head.
Oh, okay.
And the thing
Oh,
that
even hotter.
the thing that dripped on me was blood, or
It's awfully reddish brown.
okay.
Viscera.
Coagulated blood.
Miscellaneous viscera.
All right, so I rolled my own little wisdom save to see if Kai would freak out, but I actually rolled fairly well. So all you guys see if you're watching Kai is a shift from like down to up, and my shield is now like pointed towards the ceiling, and I'm searching the ceiling, and I'm gonna gesture for everyone to like look.
Same.
With
Yeah.
that, Selu will stow the the sticks and instead proffer their longbow.
And this cavern, this ceiling cavern, there are stalactites of various size and shape. But overall, the ceiling appears to be about 40, 50 feet above you. It is a tall cavern, and these rocks stretch all the way up where these stalagmites and tights have met over the years.
Does Reese look up at the whatever Kai's looking up at?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then Mist would also look up, almost like a third Reese, that same kind of reflection of silent image, and almost mirroring Selu. When he sees something that far away, he will put the dagger and draw a short bow.
Jubei,
Yes.
down from about your 6 o'clock, you hear, "Which way should we go?"
So I hear it. Did I hear the others?
It's very soft and faint. I would say with your position when the previous things occurred, no. We did not. But you
Okay.
hear Reese's voice to your 6 o'clock.
Okay. Not looking backwards, but gripping the hilt of my sword, step back a little bit and focus my hearing on a perception check.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Do, do, do. 17.
Okay.
Wow, that popped up in Astral really fast.
Okay. You hear the sound of Reese's voice, and that's it.
Okay. Keep my back to it, but I'm paying attention to what's behind me.
Understood.
Don't want to.
Pretending to not look.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Probably bad.
And get ready to attack with my sword if anything even comes close to me.
Sure.
I keep forgetting I have abilities like I do. So this is going to be really awkward, but everyone is going to feel this slight sensation in their mind, like a gentle nudge. And then you're going to hear Reese's voice, and it speaks to every person individually. But Reese is going to be like, "Don't freak out when you hear this." And so he is speaking telepathically to each person. And if you look at him, he's holding his hands up and he's gesturing like he's about to do something. Like, get ready. And then I am going to cast Minor Illusion on my Reese silent image of him screaming. And he'll probably be super dramatic, fall over like he's tripped and hurt himself.
Okay.
I'm
So
curious if that echoes.
the spectral image of Reese trips and falls, and what spell was that again?
Minor Illusion
Comboed with silent image.
comboed with my silent image. Minor Illusion does not take concentration. But silent
Correct. I'm just getting the.
Yes. Like a whisper to a scream. And so I'm literally just going to imitate my own scream.
Okay. So the spectral image of Reese strikes the ground, and there's this almost dislocated, but from that space, scream that occurs, and Reese's voice echoes off the caverns as normal.
As that happens, Selu would like to kind of focus in and see if they can determine an amount of time that it takes for them to hear it like what they felt like they heard before. So, like, honing in just on listening of when that comes back.
Okay. Kind of sounds like a normal echo.
Okay. I'm going to telepathically look at Miss. Well, I'm going to say something as I'm looking.
You can telepathically look at me too.
I can telepathically look at you too. Can you shoot down the spot?
And like, so the first time you did that, Miss kind of gave you the head cock and like a nod. And this time, expecting it, you just get a. And then he will aim up he's gonna try to shoot down the body.
Okay. So as you do, and you
I'm gonna
take-
step out from under the body.
Leaning up and taking aim, you notice something kind of right away. As you draw, dealing with bows and arrows, and you know, not your first time drawing a bow, you know you kind of have to compensate for if there's any shift of wind or anything. And you realize for the first time that there is a very strong, warm draft coming from further up this way. Feel free to let loose as you wish.
So we'll adjust to account for wind, and then let fly still.
Okay.
The body's already missing a head. What's the worst I can do to it?
Yeah. Okay.
What's the word?
Make a real simple attack roll for me.
15 total.
Okay. So your arrow strikes the material attaching this body to the ceiling, and it clinks off as if it's solid rock.
Snap.
And as you look at it more, it looks like a liquid or almost like swamp water, but it is solid, dried.
And Mist will look back, still being as silent as possible, and just say,
So the body's not swinging at all. It's like solidly just like hanging there.
It is fairly solidly hanging there. And as you observe it, you see, feeling that kind of warm breeze coming up from further in the cavern. It's kind of blocked off by some of the stalactites. So it's not really catching like a strong gust in any way, shape, or form.
I'm just like can I see where it's attached to the ceiling?
Yes.
Okay. So like it's not like it's looks like stone, or what does it look like?
It looks like a thick, viscous, almost swamp water. But as you watch the arrow strike it, the arrow bounces off as if it's stone.
Interesting. Okay.
It's dry, clear resin.
I want to look for any evidence of the blood or trails or bodies going towards this draft.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
And I'm going to start going towards it.
Yeah, and is that dragging? Is that still continue off somewhere, or
It
Got an 8.
stops roughly right beneath the body.
fun? Okay.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
As they continue to listen for if there's any residual like late echoes for anything, Selu will actually move down this direction a bit to see if there's anything else that becomes apparent that direction.
Okay. Selu, as you move down there, you hear the sound of Reese shouting as he trips and falls, coming from down the cavern ahead of you.
Okay.
I'm going to step towards the raft.
Okay. Reese,
Yeah.
as you step around that column, that stalagmite and tight union, you hear, "Which way should we go?" in your voice to your right. And as you turn to your right, this paranoia moment, snapping, looking there, standing on the wall, a strange gray-skinned, completely pale-eyed, lanky, ghastly, ghoulish of a humanoid. Not a ghoul, but clammy skin, elongated fingers and teeth. And as it looks at you,
Nope.
I would like you to roll initiative, please. Let me go ahead and bring up the combat tracker.
Reese is going to use his one F-bomb to shout, "Fuck!"
Are we all rolling at this point? Or is
Yeah,
this just Reese? Okay.
we're all rolling initiative today, gentlemen.
And right on point, I rolled a whopping 2 + 1.
that was actually just Gollum and expecting some tricksy hobbitses and saw you instead. He was very, very upset.
Ooh.
Hopefully he's ready for riddles and
Ooh.
not murder.
Ooh. That nat 20 on the initiative.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm over
Feels
here
so
rolling a
good.
2. Oh,
19 for me.
What is the
Ooh.
total? So I got a 19 for both.
Selu's total would be 23.
and of course, Reese didn't put his illusion.
And Reese, you said you rolled a 3?
A whole ass 3.
Okay. All right. Selu, Kai, Misselthar, question mark, Jubei, Reese. Jubei coming in at a whopping 5. All right, so we are going to start combat. However, Selu, all you hear is "fuck."
Could we by chance get a grid?
You could, in fact, by chance, get a grid.
How's that feel, Gabe?
I'm here for it.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Okay. So Selu, having already been headed like this direction as all this went down, I expect with the direction that I would hear Reese's reaction, they will continue up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to round this corner to
Okay.
see what they can see. If they have a bead on anything that looks dangerous, they will let an arrow fly.
You see a creature standing sideways on a wall,
Yep, gonna shoot it.
Is,
looking
so
at
is it like ignoring gravity? Like it's standing like
It-
perfectly?
It is not perfect, no. It looks like it has a climb speed,
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
mechanically.
Sure. It wasn't just like, yeah, screw
Yeah,
gravity.
it's the claws on its feet where toes and this useful and not vestigial dew claw have like latched into the wall and dug
Wasn't creepy
into
enough.
it.
How it is.
It's wicked and it's defying gravity.
You
I
know,
have that song stuck in my head.
like you do.
You're welcome.
So that is a 22 to hit,
With a 22, the arrow strikes it.
and that will be a total of 7 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Reese is gonna scream the F word again as the arrow comes out.
And that will be it for Selu's turn.
All right. Kai, you hear the F-bomb from the other side. You see Reese standing there and
Looking
don't,
horrified.
Yeah, don't see a
Looking
target.
horrified. Okay.
But you do, just out of the corner of your eye, catch an arrow fly.
Gabe, can I move and or stand in this space right here?
No, that would basically be the column continuing up.
Feel free to push Reese out of your way.
You're fine. No, you're fine.
Get to push him out of the way.
Reese doesn't want to be there anyway. It's fine.
He doesn't want to be there.
And
So Kai immediately, like having the shield in his hand, he's like, Shh, "I need to step in front." So he rushes in front of Reese. He comes around the corner with the kind of like spear on top of shield kind of thing, and I don't see anything. And then I look up and I'm like, "Whoa!" And I will. I'm gonna throw my spear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can be a thrown weapon. So
absolutely. And you are within 20 feet. So
Yeah.
it's
Anyway.
just a normal roll.
okay. It's a
Pretty
19.
19 will definitely hit.
Okay.
Reese is instantly relieved. There's a body with you.
not a friend, not an ally, a
It's a
body.
Right?
Damage is 6.
Got it. Got it.
Oh,
Bonus action for you, sir?
Yeah, I would like to rage. I forgot about
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Come on, barbarian, roll it.
Yeah.
Well, it only helps your melee attack.
Well, yeah. Okay, that's true. Can
I learned
I?
this.
I'm
Is
gonna
it-
do the thing.
Is it only melee or
Dude.
is it any strength based?
It's only melee.
It is melee specific, and do the thing for me.
Today I
I'd
learned.
love.
I
love
rolled.
I'd love to see the thing.
I rolled a 6.
Okay.
Do the thing. Do the thing.
What's the thing?
I actually don't have the sheet pulled
Okay.
up right now. I'm a terrible person.
So, as you rage, there are a series of dots across your chest light up and almost like come up over your shoulder a little bit in this ovaloid shape with a cataract eye in the center. And for a second, Reese, as you are close enough, you swear you see Kai's eyes glow a vibrant white light for just a moment. And then it's gone.
2.
All right. So Kai, if that is the end of your turn, if you don't mind
Yes,
going ahead and
sorry.
clicking the end turn button, Mistlethar.
So fancy.
So, not having seen what's going on yet, but still kind of mimicking Reese, Miss is going to move there, bonus action hide, and kind of draw back an arrow to ready in action to shoot if he sees anything.
Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth check for me.
That
Rogues.
is a dirty 20.
Okay, dirty
Rogue.
20. Got it.
And then that is my turn.
Okay. Okay, so it's me.
What does this mean?
Yeah, I've never heard of a creature called a me. That's weird.
Yeah, we have to fight the me.
Selu.
Yes.
From behind you. Dropping
Surprise face.
dropping from the ceiling and launching itself in your direction, you see another of these strange, gray-skinned, almost slimy creatures. Its jaw distended and these elongated teeth hanging from the mouth. And it closes the last 10 feet to you and will attempt to attack you.
Okay.
That's it. So it lunges forward with a claw for 14 to hit.
14 is my AC, so that hits.
Okay. So the claw slashes across your chest as you manage to pull away and avoid the worst of it with a 1 on the damage die for a 4 total.
Okay.
And then it lashes out with its teeth. Dodging away, you just barely think you're escaping it, and then it rolls a 14 with, again, a pair of 9s for it, and latches in, its teeth clawing in through your armor. If I could trouble you, please, to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I'm super good at these.
He gave you the option. Don't do it. If you don't do it, nothing happens.
Mhm. Oh boy. I'm gonna use my inspiration on that.
Right on.
That's a
Do
really
it.
bad roll. That's better. 15 total.
Okay. With a 15, you take 4 points of piercing damage and are poisoned. However, you feel this seeping, almost rigor mortis start to set in, and it doesn't feel to take hold.
But I am poisoned. You
You are just the condition poisoned.
Ugh, thanks.
Okay.
Not good.
No, that's super not good.
I can't fix that yet either.
Okay, that is its turn. Jubei, dropping from the ceiling behind you, another emerges from the shadows in between the stalagmites or stalactites and makes it to there on its turn.
Let the DM make the call since I was prepared for it.
So-
It wouldn't be a held action, but
So he is not within melee.
okay.
Um,
I got it pulled out too far.
yeah. So he didn't make it to you in time. However, as that large jaw distends, it emits that same horrible, wailing, painful cry you heard at the end of the last session. And if I could trouble you, and I don't think anybody else is within range.
You could trouble me. You could not.
You cannot, sir. Jubei, if I could trouble you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
17.
Okay, you are fine. This horrible wave of disgusting breath rolls over you, and spittle lands on your armor and immediately begins to harden. And it's revolting, but you are calm. You are centered. No effect. The one standing here will leap down, will run across 5, 10, and leap down to here. Let go. There we go. Now, Missile
no.
Fire, you do have a held action.
Yep. Clang.
And it does not see you, sir.
Ooh. Get him.
With that, so sneak attack damage.
Yes, sir.
Would it be advantage on the attack roll?
You're asking me to remember what rogues do?
No, him being
Advantage
him.
to you.
Yeah, it's just because it doesn't know you're there. Because he took the hide action, right?
Correct. Cool. Roll with it.
So wait, multiple people were talking. So yes, advantage. No advantage.
Sneak attack. Do.
Well, he has sneak attack.
If he is
I'm
hidden,
next.
he would have advantage on the attack.
You are hidden. Yes, you
Okay.
do.
Cool. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay, definitely hits.
Nice.
That's 2d6. 2 2s, +2, so 6 total.
Okay. The arrow strikes it in the shoulder as it lands, and recoiling from the blast, its jaw distends and it emits another wailing cry. And Mistlethar, Kai, and Reese, if I could trouble each of you, please. Jubei, you're just out of range. To make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Ooh, I finally get to use my thing.
Okay. 18.
Since I'm raging, I have advantage, right?
Wisdom saves? No, sir.
Is that not? Oh, it's strength. Okay.
I rolled a 9. I got a 20.
Oh wow. I
Thanks
also
to my
rolled a
dual
19.
Okay.
It's a 23 for me. Or 20. Sorry, 22.
You all hear this terrifying roar, but your adrenaline's up. You're in it. You're here. You're
Can I roar back?
as a free action. Roar is a free action.
That's that scene in The Mummy where the mummy's
Yeah.
like, "Roar," and Rick O'Connell's
Yeah.
like, "Ah!"
Perfect. Jubei, sir.
Automatically? Oh god, it's bad. It's bad.
Okay.
I yell at both.
looking at this poor, wretched creature in front of me, I'm going to step forward and just draw my sword into a slash.
Do it.
Ended.
That is a 9 to hit.
Unfortunately.
Oh, wait, I'm using it two-handed. Wait, nope, 9. 9, never mind. Don't know why I did it that way. Okay.
Okay. With a 9, as you slash across, this creature's claws slap the side of your blade as it engages you frantically, and you do
Curious.
not hit. Bonus action from you, sir?
I am a 2nd level fighter. I have none, except for one.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So if that's the end of your turn, go ahead and click end turn for me. And Reese.
I'm gonna take my free action to scream.
Yeah.
And
How high pitch is it at this point?
moderately. He's wearing his mask, so it's not totally girl scream. I'm gonna go ahead and instinctively take a step back.
Okay. So it will take an attack of opportunity against you.
I figured.
And as you scream, that jaw open and distended, you hear your muffled scream emit from its mouth as it
Don't like
lunges in and tries to bite you.
I don't like you at all.
Does a 14 hit you? What is up with these
Of
nines?
course it does.
Okay. A Constitution saving throw, please.
Natural. So 21.
Okay. You are poisoned, and you
What?
take 4 points of piercing damage, and you feel this rigor mortis begin to set in, and you're pushing through it. And please complete your turn.
So I'm poisoned already,
You are now poisoned.
even though I saved.
Correct.
Yup.
Yikes. Okay. Then I am going to say nothing. And I am gonna roll my hands into like a Hadouken ball, and I'm gonna launch it at this thing in front of me, point blank.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
A 16 definitely hits. And that was a spell attack,
Yes, Elder's Blast.
I believe, because you are poisoned, sir. You are rolling at disadvantage.
I rolled higher this second.
Awesome. Perfect.
It does come out to 3 damage, so it probably
Okay.
just glances on its leg.
As it's leaning into you, it just burns straight into the back of its mouth.
I don't like you, so don't like you. I am going to. My illusory Reese disappears, and I'm going to bonus action cast Expeditious Retreat. And Reese suddenly zips in super speed. The lights of his fireflies swirl down to his boots, and it gives his boots a little halo of like light. And then they kind of like get a little pad underneath like the hover boots in Legend of Zelda, and he just starts like zipping super fast. And I'm gonna run into the middle of the group of everybody, so that I'm away from all 3 threats.
Okay.
And then that is the end of my turn.
Awesome. Back to the top, Selu.
Oh. Yeah. So Selu is going to hit a fight or flight moment here a little bit. Not wanting to stay in close to this thing. That warm breeze blowing in from the northern section of the cave coalesces around them briefly as mist and breeze. You probably hear the wind pick up just slightly, and with that, Selu begins to step back a little bit, a brief like after image behind them as they cast Zephyr Strike, which allows me to move without incurring opportunity attacks. And they will step back 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 and make a bow attack on this one. Holding off on using the attacking effect of that at the moment, though.
Okay.
So just a straight attack. So I'm assuming at disadvantage.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty solid. 13 and a 15 on the die, so 18 to hit.
Okay, you definitely hit.
For 10 points of damage. Almost a max
Nice.
damage roll.
Solid hit,
Nice.
sir.
And that is action, bonus action. That will end my turn.
Okay. Kai. You're
Okay.
roaring back at this thing as it roars to you in Reese's muffled voice from behind the mask.
But not
Okay.
Fury.
So, seeing that Reese and Mister now not between me and the thing, I'm gonna like thematically, I'm gonna shove it with my shield, and I'm going to like whirl around this way so that I'm putting myself in between.
Nice.
Certainly.
And then I'm going as I'm like spinning around it. I'm gonna draw my quarterstaff and come across with a swing here.
Your quarterstaff or your
My quarterstaff, because I'm still wielding my shield and I cannot pull my glaive.
Understood.
All right. Ugh. Does a 12 hit?
A 12 does not.
Okay.
I always forget how loaded for bear barbarians are. I'm just like, weapon, weapon, other weapon.
Oh yeah. Like fighters.
It's okay. He said quarterstaff, and I'm like, is he carrying like a giant sock full of quarters?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty awesome, though.
Improvised
Right.
weapon.
Any bonus actions from Kai?
I have no bonus action form, so no, sir.
Okay.
Done.
Mistledar, you are up, sir.
Do I still have line of sight on the one I have been shooting at?
You do, yes, sir.
Okay. I didn't know how far that pillar extended into that square. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and take a shot at it
Okay.
to start the turn. Which only an 11 to hit.
Okay, and 11 does not hit. Your arrow, the quick movements of Kai in melee with this creature, your arrow does not strike the mark.
And then having seen, so releasing that one from kind of being held from the first shot, he glances sideways and he'll pay close attention to these butterfly shoes from Reese as he moves next to Reese, and will bonus action take the dodge action.
Nice.
Understood.
And then
Back to
that's
back. Moon Bros.
that turn.
Okay. Selu, as you look at this creature ahead of you that you have struck as it vanishes.
Oh no. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
It takes a step forward and its form disappears into the background.
I do not like this.
Same I am.
Not a fan of these at all.
Not a fan.
And that is its turn.
Can't see him.
Jubei, one in melee with you, having already used its whale, will make a pair of attacks against you. The first one will probably hit as it reaches out with its claw to slash across your armor. A 17 to hit.
It does hit. Barely.
Okay. And just remember, you do have that reaction ability of yours.
That is true. Yeah, sure. I'll use it. Reaction to Where's my reactions? There we go. Using it to parry. As he comes in with the claw, I'm just gonna take the flat of the sword and bring it up and knock it away.
Awesome.
It adds. Let's see. Doesn't give the details. Adds plus. It adds my proficiency bonus to my AC. So my AC will be 18 until the end of this round.
For that attack.
For that attack, okay.
Yeah. So you're able to parry that attack off, and it knocks him off balance as he goes in to latch onto you and misses in its attempt to bite.
Minor correction on my end. I cannot dodge as a bonus action at this point. So
That's okay.
I saw disengage and had dodge in my head, so I apologize.
Understood. So the third one, having also already used its whale ability, will take 2 more swipes at Kai. One with a claw, which will probably hit. It's in the 20s. For 5 points of slashing damage.
Is that already halved, or am I having that?
You're having that, sir.
Okay.
It was a bad roll. I didn't think you'd be upset about it. And a 12 to hit as it comes in and lunges in and tries to bite you and just grabs a mouthful of shield. And that is their turns. Jubei, you are up, sir.
Unmute my mic so you guys don't hear me hack my guts up. As it's off balance, just bring the sword in for a thrust. And
Okay.
we're going to roll on Astral this time, not on D&D Beyond. For a 23 to hit.
Nice.
Much better to hit.
For 10 slashing damage. Because with D&D Beyond, I have all my little special stuff already programmed into the macros.
Nice.
Nice. All right. So 10. Thank you, sir. And if that's the end of your turn.
That is.
All right. Reese, you are up, sir.
Oh dear.
Oh, bother.
Oh, bother.
I'm gonna center myself, calm down a little. I'm gonna spin around to the other side of Mr. Star and still keep to him. And off to one side, I'm going to draw the light from my chest and then shoot it out towards the thingy in front of Kai.
Okay.
I'm assuming I'm still poisoned.
Yes, you are still poisoned.
11.
Okay.
Hang on, it's plus a little bit. Does a 16 hit?
A 16 does hit. Yes, sir.
4 force damage.
4 force damage?
Yes. Hit 5. I'm still gonna hold on to my healing. Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn.
All right. Back to the top.
Since it's my turn and this would have affected him as well, was there a save at the end of our turn for this poison business or anything?
Oh.
Or do we just have it?
No. Whatever deeper effect, that kind of tightening, almost rigor mortis feeling, you were able to shake off. But the poison effect has lingered.
Okay.
Okay. So we avoided paralysis. Something.
All right.
Yikes.
So, having lost sight of my own target here, missed, you'll see Selu with that trailing movement behind them move over towards you. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And taking a bead on the one over by Kai, we'll say, the one that I was fighting disappeared, and they will fire a shot at Kai's little beastie over here. And that's super terrible. A total of 6 to hit. So As I take the shot, the poison kind of racks through me and my arm locks up and it just goes wide.
Okay. Any bonus actions from you, sir?
That is it for me.
Do we, like, we could barely see Jubei, but we hear him fighting over this thing.
Yeah, at this
Like,
point,
we're aware.
The sounds of combat are
You just hear snoring again. He's got a thing for caves.
Jubei's fine.
Well, that one wailed too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
All right, I'm gonna push it away with my shield and then smack it with my quarterstaff.
Wow.
Sweet. 23 total.
Definitely hits.
Yes.
Excellent.
Smash his brain.
Well, with a quarterstaff, I don't know how well that's gonna work, but we'll see.
Find out.
Oh, okay. G-spot plus 3 is 9.
Nice.
9.
Yes.
Awesome.
Catch it. I shove it away with my shield, and as it like stumbles backwards, it comes back forward, and I catch it across the jaw with my quarterstaff.
Okay. It does not look like it's having a good time right now, and there's this panic, fight or flight look on its face.
Eric, I posted the weapon that your barbarian needs in Discord.
I saw it. I'll look for it the next time we shop.
Mist rounds around behind Reese and will let another arrow fly at the one fighting guy.
We're doing this leapfrog, and I love it.
Yep. That is a 19 to hit that time.
Definitely hits.
Yay! And the G dice have not been going well for me, so I'm going to use my Cheshire dice this time instead.
Understood.
And I went from double 2s to double 4s, so I think it's effective.
Awesome.
So there's a 10 total.
Okay, the arrow you loose buries itself in what would be a rib cage underneath this thing's arm as it's flailing and trying to block this quarterstaff coming in, and it strikes it with enough force that it knocks it into the pillar and it slumps to the ground unmoving.
Nice.
And still not saying a word to anyone and being as quiet as possible, just nods to Kai if Kai looks over. And
I'm gonna smack it with my quarterstaff while it's on the ground, and then I'll nod to you.
Double tap.
And we'll use the rest of his movement to shift here instead, and end my turn.
Okay. A flurry of movement from the ceiling above the lot of you as you look up and see the hanging there swing as appearing from a sort of illusory, almost invisible energy around it. Another creature launches, bearing the marks of an arrow in the shoulder from where Selu had struck it earlier, launches itself down at... I'm going to roll for it, actually.
Oh.
At Mistlethar.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Out of curiosity, how much health did that thing have left after I hit it? Because I forgot to add my rage damage.
4.
Okay, so I wouldn't have killed it.
Yeah. Okay. So a pair of attacks against Mistlethar. The claw is going to rake across. I have a feeling both of these will probably hit. The claw is in the 20s.
Okay. After the claw hits me, kind of swinging around with it, Mist will vanish.
Okay. Tell me what that looks like.
So,
or doesn't look like.
So, Mist has been paying intense attention to the magic that Reese uses and how he kind of channels these butterfly things. And Mist will assume that is something he is deeply connected to. So, almost the way Mist is seeing magic is that you have to be deeply connected to the idea for it to come into reality. And as the claw rakes across him, his whole body shines bright white, almost like a full moon. I'm sorry, that's stupid of me. Dull blue, I guess,
there you
or
go.
a light blue. kind of like the full moon they saw the previous evening, and then as it wanes, he will vanish with it.
Okay, awesome.
I think I used wanes correctly. Is that waxing or waning?
Waxing is coming in, waning is fading.
Yeah, I did it right.
So you will take 9 points of slashing damage from that attack. And as you are no longer present, unfortunately, Reese, frustrated at the absence of its target, it will bite you with a 19.
Yeah, it barely meets my...
Just barely.
I do need a Constitution saving throw from you, sir.
Oh, no.
And you take 5 points of piercing damage and are already poisoned.
Is 14 enough?
With a 14, that like locking, almost rigor mortis feeling starts to set in, and you're not sure. But nothing happens.
Guys, I look rough.
Okay, so that is
tried so hard to keep myself between these enemies, but they climb on the fucking ceiling.
That is the end of that one's turn. Finally, the other one is still looking okay, so is going to try to take 2 attacks against Jude. Can't hit Jubei to save its life.
Behind.
Yep. Can't hit Jubei to save its life. The deflection of your katana blocking aside the other blow kind of threw it off balance, and it just flails at you with both attacks.
Jubei's doing his best impression of Neo from The Matrix, and he's sitting here thinking, I hope Reese is not in trouble now that I'm not beside him during combat.
And Jubei, it is your turn, sir.
All right, bringing the timing his flails. I'm waiting for him to come closer to draw my blade up across his chest again for a 17.
Definitely hits.
With 8 points of damage.
Awesome. It is starting to look pretty bad. Anything else from you, Jubei?
That's it.
All right. Back at the top of the round. Sailor.
In the bottom. Reese.
Oh, yeah. I just assumed you were dead by now. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm real close.
Reese, what you got?
I'm gonna take the dodge action, and then I'm going to, seeing Mist just disappear, I'm gonna clap my hands reflexively and fireflies pop out, and I'm gonna heal myself for a very small amount. It is, ironically, I roll better for other people. And then I'm going to back up towards Kai, since he's the closest person.
Were you taking dodge or disengage?
Honestly, I don't know how many more there are.
Because the fireflies was your bonus action, right?
Yeah, well, I was using my action to... I guess I'll disengage.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just going to back up, and Kai will probably feel me back up into him.
You bump into him.
I'm probably limping.
Okay.
And that is...
So, Reese, at the end of your turn, no, you've been bitten again. I apologize. Start another timer here. That ends your turn. Selu, at the beginning of your round, that disgusting filth that you feel coursing through your veins, your hardened physiology used to living out in the wilds and surviving off of whatever you need to, seems to fight it off, and you are no longer poisoned.
Sweet. I will get rid of that status icon then.
The worst.
Alright. And seeing Reese in not good shape and Mist has disappeared, Selu will drop the bow and reaching back into their quiver, redraw the 2 Eskrima sticks, taking 2 steps forward. And as soon as reaching one hand back, both sticks come out, and like as the swing is coming through, the second one releases momentarily from the hand grabbed by the offhand, as the trailing energies behind them infuse back into the stick's bonus action to reflare those. And then we'll make a single attack on this one, since I don't have my bonus action available. That will be a 17 to hit.
17 definitely hits.
Okay, I will make this, for the sake of trying to pump as much into this thing as I can, I will utilize my Zephyr Strike on this for an additional D8. And
is Zephyr Strike concentration?
Yes, but I haven't taken a hit since...
But you just cast another concentration.
It's not concentration.
Cool. Roll with it.
Nice.
And as the attack comes in, however, I am going to add the rider to this to swap my concentration and apply this as my favored foe as well. So this will end Zephyr Strike with the hit, and then I will also make this favored foe.
Understood.
Oh man. 4s across the board on all 3 different sets of dice. So nice. That's going to be a total of... Sorry, one moment. That will be 3, I believe. Yeah, so 15 points of combination of magical bludgeoning and force damage.
Okay. As you strike it, just cracking it right in the back of the neck, it crumbles.
So like the wind energies that were trailing behind Selu coalesce around the rods, and there is like a quick that just kind of breaks through the air and strikes this thing across the temple.
Like a thunderclap.
Kinda, yeah. More like breaking sound barrier, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was
yeah.
Awesome.
And that ends Selu's turn.
Okay, Kai, you are up, my friend.
Can I see this one that Jubei is in combat with, or do I know that he's in combat with it?
You definitely know that he is in combat with something.
Okay.
And you will be able to close the distance and see what's going on.
I guess this is a question for you. Am I able to stow my quarterstaff and draw and throw a javelin in the same turn?
You can drop it.
Okay, then I'll do that. I'll drop my quarterstaff. I have weapons littering the floor of the cave. It's fine. 5, 10, 15,
that's a later problem.
20, 25.
That's future guy's problem.
Yeah.
30, and I'm going to launch a javelin at this one right here.
Okay.
Again, from that back quiver.
Back.
That's a whole bunch of stuff.
It's your golf bag on your back.
I am going to... now I'll save my inspiration. I rolled a nat 1, so
Okay.
it misses.
It strikes off the back of Jubei's chainmail.
Ow.
Any bonus actions from Kai? If not, it is Mistlethar's turn.
Good. I'm still raging.
Mistletar, you are invisible.
Yeah, so Mistlethar is going to come here, kind of where this whole thing started, and he will bonus action hide, action dodge, and as kind of he like makes himself as small as possible up against the invisibility. That you get the image of Moon waxing, or we said, wait, wax.
You come back into view. You are waxing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that blue moon face waxes across him, and he is almost like crumpled up against the wall. just not looking good at all, and as hidden as possible.
Okay. Jubei, the last one of these that is evident on the field, is starting to not look great and is going to take a pair of desperate swings against you. 13 will not hit you, a 21 will. You take 5 points of piercing damage, and if you could please roll a piercing, and if you could please roll a Constitution saving throw.
Random cattail.
Yep.
He's been all over the place. That's an 8.
Okay.
Oh no!
You, as you are frantically fighting this off, your muscles start to lock up, and you feel difficulty moving.
Okay.
And I gave you the 5 points of damage from that, and that is its turn. Jubei, as your turn starts, your muscles are locking up, and it's almost difficult to hold onto your sword. Please make an attack at disadvantage for the poison, if you want to attack. Sorry.
That's a 5.
Okay.
Would have been a 21.
Your difficulty moving and having a hard time making contact. Anything for bonus action or movement?
Yeah, I'm action surging.
Okay.
Nice.
And getting another attack in because this thing's almost dead.
Again, at disadvantage.
6.
Okay. Again, that your muscles clenching and spasming. And at the end of your turn, sir, you become paralyzed.
Okay.
No.
As it took the poison a moment to work its way into your system. Reese, you are up.
I'm gonna put a hand on this. Are you gonna be okay?
If nothing else comes out,
Then it shoots up. Run around. And then I can see this thing. Jubei.
Patrick, if you don't mind bringing your mic up a little bit, having a hard time hearing you, buddy.
Sorry. I'm gonna run around behind and I am still poisoned. Aha! I am going to take my staff, slam it down, shockwave the light forward. He needs to make a dexterity save throw against Sacred Flame.
Sacred Flame, okay. Saves 11.
Yes, fails. You take 8 full radiant damage.
Awesome. As
Scorches it.
in a quiet moment around a campfire with your friends, how would you tell this story?
Well, I remember coming around and feeling my body lock up, and I saw Jubei lock up. And so I, instead of pulling the light from the sky where it was looking, shot it down into the ground, just eviscerated it below, and saved Jubei's life.
Wonderful. And as the creature crumples and falls over next to Jubei's stuttering and falling to the floor form, the only sound around you is the pumping in your ears and the quiet breeze coming up from deeper in the tunnel.
Mist has at this point slumped all the way down to the ground and is just sitting there.
I will run over to Mist in that case. I don't know why I'm counting squares. I don't need to do that.
Yeah, you're good.
Are you bleeding or like what? How do you look right now?
Where that claw caught me, dug in real deep. Like 3/4 of my body deep.
Okay.
There's organ damage.
I don't. Sorry, in character. I know some field medicine. If you let me.
Any piece? Yes. Yeah, please.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll do what I can with a strong 11. Medicine check.
Oh
Gabe.
no.
Okay. With an 11, you are successfully applying bandages.
Okay, that's all I can do.
That is successful.
You have done the thing where you put your hands on the wound.
I'm gonna run up to Jubei first, and I guess just catch him.
I'm like impersonating the greatest like Emperor Hirohito statue.
Jubei, another Constitution saving throw from you, please.
To be coming through.
Yeah,
that's 8. An 8.
Unfortunately, the rigor mortis that has set in your body doesn't seem to want to let go.
That'll go away.
Looking at him, does it look like something that's like going to be more permanent, or it's fading?
It is real hard to tell. He just got bit.
Then I'm going to go ahead and use an action to use a medicine kit on him.
Keep pressure on the wounds. Press here. I'm talking to
roll. I get to roll dice with that.
Mist is just sitting there hugging himself, essentially. Pressure everywhere.
Knowing that Reese knows what he's doing with herbs and healer's kits and such, I will join Kai and Mist and try to assist as well, also pulling out my healer's kit if there is anything more to be done for him.
You get 8 hit points back, Jubei.
Awesome.
When we were with I don't remember her name, the little girl. I got these still. Do you know how to make them helpful like she did? And I'd show you a vase of the damp well shrooms, or a vial of the damp well shrooms.
I'm afraid I do not. No, those are not going to be useful at the moment. But and I'll kind of like push in and pulling out the healer's kit, looking for. I mean, mechanically speaking, all I can do is stabilize with it. But I just anything else that I can do to assist. Specifically asking, were you bitten? Did they? What happened?
No, I just there's from where I open up my hands, like I'm at this point, like how hard that hit was, and I would assume like there is tatters in my leather armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like you see a little pearly white in one of the little deeper parts.
Ooh, good.
I will stand up once I heal Jubei and look around. I'm gonna grab my staff defensively and like be prepared for more of these things to come out.
Okay. Reese, go ahead and roll a medicine check for me, please.
Yeah. That is a natural 1, comes out to 8.
Unfortunately, you've never seen anything like this.
Jubei, I'm actually bleeding all over the place. I can't tell what's blood's his and what's blood's mine.
Yeah. Jubei, one more Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh my god.
Dude, roll your actual dice. That doesn't count. Roll your actual dice. It has been the same roll every single time.
It has, hasn't it?
It has.
Natural 20.
All right.
gods have spoken.
I miss rolling dice in front of people. That's the reason I'm using that thing.
And it has literally been the same number every time.
Yeah, it's a little odd.
So your muscles that are locked up relax just a little bit. You ache, but you are able to move.
This is fine.
And after a few moments,
This is fun.
after a few moments from both you and Reese, the effects of the poisoned status fade as well.
Ugh. Good.
Immediately sit down and go to cleaning sword.
Okay.
I'm gonna look around the cave a little.
Because I figured if there was more of these things, they would be attacking already.
Okay.
I would like
True.
to retrieve my weapons that are scattered about the cave.
If Kai is going about things, then Selu will stay there and continue to apply pressure on Mist.
Okay.
Do you need help over there?
He's been better, but I don't think he's in danger of dying.
Jubei,
I'll walk over.
Tis but a scratch.
Looking down on your sword, the blood kind of rides the furrows of the worked and folded metal and slides off it very, very easily.
Okay, good. Because I was worried about that hardening agent. Look over at Reese, or not Reese, but Kai as he's picking weapons up. You know, then I kind of raise the sword halfway through cleaning. You know, if you just use one, it makes the end of battle a lot easier.
There are different weapons that are required for different situations, my friend.
I have not found that.
As I slide my spear back into the holster.
All dirty. I'll clean that later.
So, Reese, you said you were going to look around?
Yeah, I'm gonna look around.
Okay. So... as the exploration of the tunnel kind of expands a little bit, you see there are several branches off of this, and there are various little bits of refuse of strange, more than likely subterranean creatures that had been consumed by these things. They're taking a look at the ceiling. You see several little spots of like a bone hanging from a bit of dried agent, hardening agent, as Jubei worded it earlier, and nothing else suspended there. But you do see a hole.
Resin spittle.
What would be the 1 o'clock for you all.
Mm-hmm.
As you look up and come around this large rock formation, there's a hole that extends deeper.
Like down.
Down.
And that's where the
not deeper into the
breeze.
tunnel, deeper.
And that's where the breeze comes from.
And that is where the warm breeze is coming from. And that's all you get without making rolls.
Okay, can I make a survival check? I want to know if the breeze feels like moist, like similar to the steam tunnels that we were in the other night. Or
Oh yeah.
does this feel like a natural breeze or like what?
Go ahead and roll a survival check for me.
Hell yeah. 16.
Okay. Taking a moment and just letting it wash past you, you smell that same rich mineral smell that you did in the steam baths. But it is not damp. It is warm and dry.
Interesting. And there's no other way out.
Make an investigation check.
Oh. Eight?
You've not spent a lot of time spelunking in your
Nope.
days.
Got a great track record underground.
Thus far, it's been kind of rough. So
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't like nature.
Yeah. I will go back after this, and I see Kai's like starting to do his thing. I'm gonna move back to Mist, and I'll pull my mask off and tend to his wound.
I think perhaps it's best that we rest for a bit if we can before we try to figure out how to get out of here. He could use a moment.
Well, do you think there might be more of them?
I'm afraid that there might be, but look at him. He needs a minute.
Well, so Reese is going to pull out his kit and start going to work, and you see that you applied bandages and you did medicine work, but when he applies it, he pulls out some salves and some extra things, and you can already see the color come back into Mist's face. I rolled max on the healing thing,
Nice.
so it's 12 health back.
Oh, sweet.
Jubei.
So, looking down the edge of the blade to make sure it's not bent after such a strange, unusual combat, just nonchalantly answering Selu. I believe that while I was paralyzed, any waiting in the wings would have attacked. I do not think there are any nearby if there are more.
I don't really like staying here anyways.
But we might have a respite.
Reese looks uncomfortable, spending time here.
But also he's uncomfortable with being underground.
Yeah, that.
The question is, where are we going from here? If we are going down further, then I strongly suggest we take a minute before we do.
Looking around where you are and glancing up, the body suspended from the ceiling is relatively fresh. It still drips occasionally. Matter of fact, another drip lands on Mistlethar as he is slumped up against the wall. And it is dried and
Can we tell the sex of the body from where we are?
It is male.
It is nice to have blood on me, but it is not mine.
Yeah, the only thing it's missing is an arm and a head.
Well,
That's the only. That's all.
If we look around, it must not have gone far.
Or it was eaten.
I worried that might be Edwin up there.
I'm
not worried.
Tales of places where brains are delicacies. Perhaps these are the creatures that prefer them.
Reese looks like he's gonna vomit.
Well, with Mist better tended to at this point, Selu would like to go over and more closely inspect one of the bodies of whatever these things are, and see if there's anything about these things that makes sense at all.
Okay. Roll a nature check for me.
It's not great. 12.
Okay. So with the 12, they're large, wide pupils, and almost like elongated, flared nostrils make you think of creatures you've seen back home that are not used to moving about in light. Their claws are sharp and almost calcified to the point where you can see where they had dug into the walls, this stone walls and dirt walls around you. They seem to be subterranean creatures of some sort. They're nothing's jogging a memory with that roll. But with inspecting them and seeing that Jubei had no issue with his blade, it seems that whatever that paralyzing or hardening, congealing agent was based in their saliva. The blood doesn't seem to affect things, but you see where one roared at you, and there's a few droplets of hardened, almost rock hard saliva on your armor.
Dang.
So are these things humanoid, or do they seem more creature than like sentient being?
They seemed to move based off your limited interaction. They seemed to move like feral hunters.
Okay.
Right.
Mist, after pulling himself off the wall, would join Selu
I'm gonna put
and checking one out.
I'm gonna put one exception to that. It did vanish right in front of you.
Mist, not really allowing Selu like the quiet peace of mind to put pieces together. Well, do you think that if the things that made that you all move very slowly, could that be potentially milked or harvested?
Honestly, I was wondering that. Maybe we could try. Looking back at Reese, though. Actually, so question, Mist. Would Selu? I'm trying to remember, like, play back where I was at in combat whenever you disappeared. Would Selu have seen Mist disappear or no?
You had come around that corner already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll a perception check just retroactively to see if you noticed that.
7.
Okay. Just in the height of the moment, you were focused, because at the time you were focused on the one that was going to charge towards you and then vanish. So you saw that creature vanish, but when Mist did it, it was kind of off to the side. And you, just in the flurry of combat, you missed that.
Okay. I mean, I have a passive of 15.
Oh, no.
But
Because that was the same creature. So yeah, you saw that. You were tracking it across, and you saw that.
Tried to murder Reese.
Yeah.
okay. Did anyone else's disappear on them? Like what you did, Mist. Whatever you did, not quite the same, but I was staring right at it. It took a step towards me, and then it was gone. Next thing I know, it's jumping down from the ceiling at you all over there.
Mine died.
I did not see any other one.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I came around the corner and that one was just standing off to the side of the wall.
I did not see anything invisible.
Well,
Me neither.
Don't
Well, I
believe
mean, I'm
any
not
of us
very
would
good
have
at
seen
seeing
anything invisible, but my point is,
Can anyone?
I don't
can anyone
know
be able
how
to
it.
reach
I don't know how it did
him and bring him down? Only because I want to check, just to make sure it's him.
that. I could try to climb up, but I mean,
I'd hate to go home back and find out that he was actually farther in the caves.
Does it look like there is a column that would lead up, like, to him where he could be gotten to?
Yeah,
Or we can make a human ladder.
with some time and a bit of effort, and you all do have some climbing gear amongst you. You are able to pull the body from the ceiling if you wish.
But I want to
will.
make a cheerleading pyramid.
Yeah,
I need an acrobatics check.
I'm
Okay.
on the top.
No. We got Reese and Selu on the bottom.
And then a single as Mist, and then Jubei and
Jubei would watch.
No, Jubei's snoring.
Jubei would watch because someone has to be witness to the foolery, or it never happened.
I will try to find any
write a letter
identifying,
about it.
So
anything on the body. Just examining.
Okay, pause. Jacob.
my point that The one that I was fighting disappeared. It was not something natural that it did. I don't know if to call it if it was magic or not. These types of things are why we're here. No one else saw anything odd?
Could it have been a natural ability? There are some lizards in the wild that will camouflage to match its surroundings.
It wasn't... It was immediate. It was stepping towards me and then it was gone.
I have learned that when you want to do magic, that you have to focus on something you care deeply about. So perhaps it was just deeply focused on eating you.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Who can cause a deep focus and obsession? On that note,
I'm not
what do you
sure.
want for dinner?
Perhaps I'm making too much of
Reese
it.
like gags again. No dinner. I think that perhaps that it might have been magic, but I'm not sure what else we could do to find them out. I will light my staff, like a little torch, like cast a light spell, like a little like blue torch, just to shed light, since we've been in the dark this whole time.
On that note, Jubei just now realizes that we're not prepared for a nightly sojourn. He has no food.
I got my hardtack.
Perhaps I'm just making too much of it. If no one else saw anything, then perhaps I just lost track of it. Missed. I think whatever it was doing, it seemed to be based in its saliva, and Selu will draw their hunting knife and follow Mist over to a body and would like to attempt to see if they can field dress this thing. See if it can find a gland.
Oh man, it sounds like
We got
dangerous
milk
thing to
it.
play with.
Are you participating, Mist?
Mist is very interested in the outcome, but has no means of knowledge of how to help get there.
Understood.
Spectating.
You did so well getting that pearl, though.
You did way better than Sailor did.
As they're going off and mutilating these bodies, find a place, hopefully away from the blood and away from any of this hard, sticky saliva, and sit down to meditate. But in the meditation, I'm mainly listening to any strange repeating of people's voices.
Awesome. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Yeah.
Look, I'm rolling dice.
As long as it's not an 8 again.
If he gets an 8, that's gonna be funny. Perception plus 3. 15.
Okay, awesome. Noted. Delu. As these creatures are very strange and unknown to you, go ahead and make a survival check, but make it with disadvantage. Because you know you're working with something that is potentially poisonous. You're being very, very cautious, but you're not really sure what you're working with.
Sure. It could be worse. Survival check. The lower of those is a 9, so that is a 16.
Okay.
You managed the one that you clapped on the back of the neck. His skull is mostly intact, and you managed to pull out this gland that is sitting at the roof of its mouth. And when you kind of like press around with it with your knife, it excretes that strange like spittle like liquid that hardens almost instantly. And as you take it out of its mouth, you see around the duct of it hardens almost immediately. there's still just a tiny little bit of fluid moving around in the rest of it.
Sure. So I will take that and just like the opening for it hardened, but I'll reach in my pouch. I'll grab some like moss that I have in there, and then like a waxy leaf that I've got, and kind of like package it. And hand it to Mist. You might manage to get use of it. There's a little bit that managed to be saved. Be careful with it, though. Might be best to take it to someone that might know what they're doing to turn it into something more useful than, literally just the gland out of its mouth.
You mean like the way I have these vials of mushrooms?
I mean, she seems like a good option. She might know what to do with it.
Perhaps.
And Mist will take it and kind of stuff it into the pouch. But he's keeping his other potential poisons in.
Potential dangers.
Kai, while
Yes.
all of this is going on, what are you doing, my friend?
Can I make a circuit of the cave? Just seeing what I find. Anything? I'll take a closer look at the tunnel going downwards
Sure.
as well.
Make an investigation for me. As you make a circuit around the cave, kind of looking around, looking in the nooks and crannies, and kind of really investigating the area for the first time.
Any chance I can make that a survival and/or perception?
Tell me why you would make it a survival.
I'm not necessarily looking for things. I'm like physical things. I'm looking for threats. I'm looking for natural signs, of like movement and or transit, things like that.
Okay. Go ahead and make a survival.
Okay. After all that, and I got an 11. My investigation is a -1, which is I was like, eh.
So, with an 11, you can see where like little cave-dwelling insects have burrows. Even some other creatures may have like little nooks and burrows where they can hang out and come out and carry in on the creatures that are left. But there doesn't really seem to be another way in or out of this cave per se. This cave-in happened behind you, from underneath Edwin's cabin, unfortunately. And then there's this area, and then it goes deeper into the rock.
Okay.
I was muted. So, finishing with what Sayla was doing, they'll stand up and kind of move towards where the wind was, the warmer wind was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of thinking about the area and what is going on, just kind of the natural phenomenon of schema and the surrounding zone. Reese, you have a means of making lights and such. Do you have a means of replicating something like moonlight?
I can try.
I was just curious. What causes the lights of schema is due to gases released here in the cliff sides up further. It reacts to the moonlight when it strikes it in such a way. Just a random curiosity.
Perhaps
after I'm checking out that body first to see evidence of Edwin. But afterward, I would attempt that for sure.
You find in the body, after it's been removed from the ceiling, it is an adult male in 30s or 40s, late 30s, 40s. Lots of burn marks on his hand for like hot grease splatters. And there's a necklace that is kind of like caught on a piece of his shirt. Real simple, carved out of wood with a leather thong kind of thing.
Oh, so he's a Waffle House fry cook.
I will pick up the necklace and gingerly put it in my pack. And like, there's probably a moment where Reese will go to like instinctively like close the eyes and like there's no head, and just be like, oh, and he'll stand up.
Johnny Depp from Sleepy Hollow moment.
So I didn't realize that that's what Reese was doing. Selu
No, it's
would not
okay.
have interrupted that. So whenever Reese stands up, that's when Selu would have asked that.
Yeah, and he'll take that as a great distraction from the headless body. And I guess I could try between light and minor illusion and silent image to just generate any kind of moonlight in the gas.
If you do not mind, I would. Can I try to collaborate with you in this magic?
I mean, sure, I could. I'm not sure how that the magic would do that, but we can try.
I am very practiced with this one, and I will attempt being like super familiar with the exact hue of Nias. I will attempt to cast Thaumaturgy on top of your light.
Oh, okay.
To change the color of it to what I want it to be.
Nice.
I imagine that would work.
Well.
Okay. So the goal is to create this light where?
It's on my staff, so the light is on the end of my staff, and I'm assuming I'm gonna like just point it, focus it like a beam instead of just an orb.
Okay.
Towards the gases.
So over the
air.
hole, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. Come back to you, Jubei.
Yes.
As you're sitting there and focusing, your eyes closed, and the sound of your breathing very peaceful, and your sword rested across your knee.
I fall asleep.
No. With your perception roll earlier, you hear two breezes. You start to get used to the sound of that warm air coming up, and you hear a higher pitched sound of a breeze, a bit of wind coming through a sharp or narrow place.
Oh, breezes. I thought you said breezes, and I'm like, oh no.
Oh no.
Yes, Reese squeezed through a tiny place.
Okay.
What do you do with that information?
Continue my meditation, because it's not crucial to what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Not interrupting a funeral rite just to, hey, by the way, it's kind of warm, and there's a little noise of a breeze squeaking over there.
Okay. So, Reese, as you cast light and hold your staff out over the cavity, and then mist attempting to change the hue of it to more closely match Father and his radiance, there's this pause, this moment where you're like in anticipation that something's gonna happen, and nothing does. And then a moment later, the swirling mists start flashing greens and purples and blues. coming up out of this hole in the ground, filling the room around you and fading as it gets away from your staff.
I imagine I'm like in awe, like literally jaw drop.
You can see where it starts as it hits the light and where it fades as it exits the light.
I'm just probably looking at Mist like super excited that we just did this thing.
Mm-hmm.
As the area of this tunnel, this chute, lights up brightly from this flash of greens and purples and blues, something stands out about it. There are parts of this stone that appear worked.
Snap.
It appears smooth, and you can see a seam line, and then another seam line, and okay, that's a brick. Worn smooth with age and time. But this tunnel was made.
The one going down?
The one going down.
I'm just gonna whisper to Mist next to me. I'm having a really strong feeling that we need to go down this hole and find out what's down there.
It could be a message from Father, yes? Look at what he has allowed us to do.
I would have to agree.
And Reese, to your other side, you hear it could be. I'm kidding.
Oh no, we both die.
That's when I cast Nope at the highest level.
At 9th level.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn back to the rest of the party and like my face lit up in excitement. Like, guys, we have to figure more of this out. We have to figure out where this goes.
It at least makes sense with the wind and the gases.
But and then like I'll gesture towards like the stones, like where the bricks are. But like someone made this.
Sayla will go over like towards the tunnel. That like how sharply is it down? Like is it like straight down or?
I wouldn't say straight. It cants a bit, but less than 5 degrees.
Okay.
It is a very sharp descent.
Is it? You said it earlier. Is it smooth, or is it like climbable or scalable?
Taking a closer look at it, it would be difficult.
So ropes again.
So Selu walks right up to the edge, looking down at it, standing in the any last remnants of the colors that are swirling about, and looks back at Reese. So, resting first, or going on?
Sure. If it means that we can go farther down, then yes, I'll rest.
I am suddenly excited to be underground. I would like to explore this as well.
I'm gonna slam my staff, like kind of notch it into the ground so it stays there. So we can have like the pretty lights. Because light lasts an hour. And then I'm gonna sit underneath my staff.
Mist would have to cast thaumaturgy once every minute.
Oh no.
Which is fine. He doesn't
Yeah,
need the rest.
I'll
He's
rest. feeling
invigorated at this point.
I mean, I'll rest anyways because I can get. Oh, I'm a warlock. I keep forgetting.
Short rests are your friend. Take them.
I'll rest. Definitely. Yeah, sure.
Kai, as this excitement is building over by the cavern, what do you do?
I was just kind of watching them do their thing. I don't have anything in particular I want to do right now.
Okay. Jubei, same story.
Go into the break. Continue listening, kind of on guard.
Okay. You still hear that source of wind from 2 separate directions.
How deeply does Jubei meditate? Like, do you tune out all your other senses while you're focusing on?
I would not be meditating very deeply right now.
Gotcha.
I didn't know, like, if you would still be aware that we were creating these lights again.
I don't know. He fell asleep last time he meditated.
He did specify his eyes were closed. He is listening.
It is a little more dangerous situation this time.
It's more quiet listening than any meditation right now.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And just he doesn't want to distract himself from letting people know that there happens to be 2 sources of wind in the cave right now to stop himself from listening. He's waiting till everyone's fully rested and ready to go.
Gotcha.
Selu will pop a squat on the pillar, like looking towards the tunnel, pull out their book, flip to a section, and start like sketching the staff to the tunnel and like air currents and whatnot, of kind of jotting down ideas of the natural phenomenon of the gases and an area related to schema, like putting notes and such down. And that's how they'll spend the short rest.
Okay.
Reese is going to pull out his cards and draw, but also rest.
Okay.
Jubei would cook, but we have no food, and I don't feel safe enough to build a fire in here.
Kai is gonna like almost ritually clean his weapons.
Mist would be pestering Reese about the finer workings of how to draw upon magic. I want to learn how to do these things.
I can show you these. They're just playing with fireflies. It's just adorable.
Kai. There is a moment in the light as the lights are swirling about the cavern in that aurora of radiance, where stepping from behind one of the pillars just out of the corner of your eye, you see a figure of a woman, and barely there. You move your eyes to see them and they're gone, but you see these specks of dust faintly linger in the shape of a diamond inside of a circle.
Was there a specific place that happened?
You have not seen this one yet?
No, I know what Derek knows what you're referring to. I'm just wondering like where in the if there was like a place.
Gotcha. Just kind of corner of your eye, and respectively in the light sphere, which is kind of emanating from right around here, kind of over where Reese and Mistlethar roughly are. So the specific location isn't the thing. It's like you catch it out of the corner of your eye and then it's gone.
My hand probably falls absently to like a heart-shaped pendant that I'm wearing. Yeah, I don't react any other way though.
Okay.
Could this be an appropriate time for us to take an IRL break?
So I just have one more question, actually. Patrick, what card did you draw?
Oh no. The elemental.
Okay. As you look around at the aurora swirling around you, pretty. Kind of no real other spoopy, creepy, spine crawling feeling.
Good.
Okay. And that would be a great time for us to take a break. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Anybody in the chat? I see a couple of folks chatting back and forth. Thank you very much. And we'll be back here in 5 plus a few minutes.
Cool. BRB.
back.
Hello, hello.
Picking up from our break where our party took a short rest. Feel free to go ahead and click that button. Heal up with any hit die you require.
I already clicked the button.
It's a good button.
Silly me over here not realizing that's an important button for me.
That's a very important button for a warlock.
Super important button for you.
Except you can't hit that button when your window's this small. You actually have to extend your window.
Oh, I forgot to do that thing. I'm gonna roll a hit die.
Oh, I didn't realize my
Rough.
my personal ability was on short rest too. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's on a short rest.
Oh wow, back to full health.
Just want to point out that I took out my shield. I spent that entire fight trying to tank for you guys, and I took 2 damage.
I was about to say,
and was never poisoned.
You're a really good tank,
right?
Yeah, dude, I dropped down to like 3 hit points.
I tried so hard.
I mean, to be fair, I only took 2 hits to get me down that. But
that's 1 more hit than I took. Like, what the hell?
It's true.
You were running through the battlefield like you were just throwing away weapons.
I'm fairly certain Selu took 2 hits and still had more health left than Reese has total. Like,
Yeah, it was rough.
I'm under the impression Mistletoe has the lowest hit pool.
I have 15.
It may be close.
oh, maybe it's Mist it's that low.
I mean, I got hit once and was down to 3 hit points. So.
That's a big hit, though.
All right.
That's very dangerous, Tiffers.
Yes. Kai just raining weapons over here. Nope, don't want that one. Nope, don't want that one.
It was,
It was 2 weapons. Speaking of weapons, just to preface, Selu did go back and pick up their bow.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I mean, you're just carrying the Casey Jones golf bag on your back.
Yeah.
How do you know the Stormlord's bad? Well, it's raiding greatswords right now.
All right, so the party finishes up their short rest. Over the course of the short rest, just kind of looking around, you find 4 copper pieces in the cave. Divide those as you wish. Seem to be all that poor Edwin had on him.
Poor Edwin.
And there are several collections of bones of strange creatures that you're not particularly familiar with. You can identify one of them, Selu, as some sort of subterranean lizard. But for the most part, there are a few sets of bones in here that are much, much older. Nearly fossilized. But difficult to identify beyond that. And then this strange worked stone tunnel. And the more you look around, looking at some of the rubble about and the stalagmites coming up from the ground, over the course of the short rest, you all realize that the tunnel up to the north of you was also caved in at one point. Rubble streamed down.
While we're looking around, can I roll an insight or an investigation just to determine if these creatures have been in here a long time or if their habitation is new?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
Interesting.
That's a 4. That's a 16.
Okay. There are a few creatures, like a lizard and some sort of furred bat-like thing that's slightly larger, suspended from the ceiling, desiccated and mostly eaten. There's even just a femur bone of something hanging from the ceiling. But there's only 3 or 4 of those. So it seems like a fairly safe assessment that these creatures have probably not been here for that long. Or they don't reside in here permanently.
How far away is this chamber from where the cave-in of Edgar's house was?
It is the same chamber.
Look over.
One big one.
Yeah, it's one very large chamber.
Turn around and see the stove.
And,
Kai or Selu, one of the two, because they both seem to be more experienced in nature than I am.
Survival, yes. Nature.
Survival and nature are kind of Selu's jam. So
yeah, just looking at either one of them, just because they're the nature, people.
Nature people.
Nature people.
Do you believe that they dug up, or house just happened to fall down?
Would I have any way of knowing that?
So if I remember correctly, Selu had identified that it looked like a sinkhole situation, right?
Correct.
I don't think perhaps that what happened with the house was necessarily on purpose. That could have been a natural phenomenon, even a sinkhole.
So a really unlucky day.
Perhaps. I won't rule out that they might not have been digging up. Their digging could be what caused the sinkhole. But
Looking around, especially in the area where you came in, there is not evidence of digging. There's not like scratches and things being pulled away. So you're able to safely surmise that this is an accident of nature.
the claw marks of them along the ways look more of them climbing about, not digging per se. So I think poor Edwin here was just extremely unlucky.
I don't believe in luck. Bad or good.
Well, then Edwin was in the wrong place at the wrong time. How about that?
Yue just looks and thought. As he does. Also, I heard something strange. 2 whistling noises, from there and there.
And the direction that he points is the cavern to the north, to the 12 o'clock.
Right, caved in.
Yeah.
I know enough about the outside to know that we are in a cave.
I'm sorry,
Would he direct?
I didn't see the
No,
I didn't see the pings necessarily. Where, like up where
No.
Mist is currently is where.
Yeah.
Okay. If he, as he points that out, Selu will try and get a bead on the sound and try and seek it out. Then
He's going to go up and actively investigate the area as well.
Okay. Go and roll an investigation.
I'm probably reading my cards.
being pretty in tune with the wind, could I perchance get a survival to see if I can track where it's coming from?
Let's see what Mist rolls real quick, because he was already up there.
5 + 5 for a 10.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Well, so if we're both heading up there at the same time, could I make a roll to attempt to assist him in the investigation?
You can absolutely assist him.
Okay. Then how about you roll that with an advantage then, Sean?
I'm going to assist you with disadvantage.
So that turns that into a 16.
Okay. Running your hand over and just a few inches off of the stonework, kind of going around some of the cracks, you can feel there's a stronger air current coming through a couple of the cracks. And looking into it with what little bit of light you have in your dark vision, you can see the rocks kind of like jumble through the cave in, but there is a current of air coming through there as well.
Are there any stories or lore that I would have heard about subterranean civilizations or peoples?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Currently in the world that you are aware of, the only folks that really operate subterraneanly in any way, shape, or form are the Cinder folk. Those are the only folks in the region. You've heard tale of subsurface dwelling cities on other continents, but it's all kind of rumor to you. You've never been there. But there are tales galore. In ancient times, there are legends of whole cities and civilizations living entirely underground. There's no telling what happened to them in the Starfalls, but they were definitely there at one point.
So Mist will turn to Sailor. This is strange to see such work pieces under the ground. It is the only other place I have ever seen this interval.
I can't say that I'm terribly familiar with much of the ancient subterranean races, I suppose. But they say that Terrandine once flew about the skies, so what's to stop those from being underground? I am curious just to confirm if this is a more gas from below or from above. Could you all bring the light over here and see if this reacts the same?
I'll go ahead and do that.
It does not. It is a strong breeze of some sort coming from that cavern, but it does not react the same way.
Perhaps that's just the entrance.
Or leads back up to the surface.
Right.
Or did. I don't think we're getting through that way. Regardless, I think we decided that our path is down, yes?
This is exciting. I am happy to spread the light of the Father.
Something tells me that the light of the Father hasn't been seen down here for a very long time.
I'm interested to see where it could lead us. For sure.
And when you have your dark vision going, being out to 120 feet, like, you don't see a bottom.
Oh, jeez. All right, I'm going to do the thing again where I'm going to stop, pull out one of my really crappy little daggers, and I'm going to cast light on that and drop it.
Okay.
Like a glow stick.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. And eventually, you neither see the light as it fades at a slight angle, nor do you hear it. But you do not see it strike bottom.
Oh, that is very far down.
Suddenly, I have second thoughts.
I'm not sure we're quite equipped for that.
Not sure either. But
well, going down wouldn't be the
make-
easy part. It would just be getting back up where we have to worry about things.
I agree, and we don't
That's
have
a
any
future problem.
future problem.
I mean, if you don't survive the fall, then you don't have to worry about coming back up.
Let's roll our new characters.
TPK jumping down a tunnel. Let's go.
Our new character's first quest: find the old character's bodies.
That would be okay. We're gonna end really early so I can figure out what the happens.
Mist is like, he's already got his rope out, he's got pythons ready, he's digging around for the hammer that's in his back. Like,
I'm not sure we have enough rope for this.
I will go down there if you ask it of me, but Mist, Reese, are you sure you're up for this? I'm like looking at their like bandages and the blood that's like covering them.
I'm feeling better than I was before, but
In all honesty, we came here to find Edwin or Edgar.
Edwin.
Edwin.
This guy.
That one.
Him. He's shorter, but it's him. It's do we really? Is it dire straits that we have to go down there now?
I don't think we have to, but I'm.
The tunnel looks like it's been here a long time. I don't think it's going anywhere.
I agree.
You're right.
I think perhaps we could come back, perhaps a bit better prepared for that kind of a delve.
Yeah, this seems like something you plan for, not when you happen to go looking for a cook and he's dead.
Yes,
I
and perhaps
do not understand what you mean, this plan.
we know. We know. I like pat you condescendingly.
We are aware.
I mean, I don't even have my walking stick.
You all have seen him use a glaive as a walking stick,
Right.
This whole time.
Well, I guess we can mark it and come back.
I have notes. I try to keep them as best I can. I don't think we're going to forget that sight that you all managed to make.
If
We know it's here.
If this vent is the same gas as the vent coming up from the city, should we also, if we are going back and not going down the hole, should we also warn somebody that these things were down here?
Maybe investigating what's below, or local legend or rumors.
Do we
People
bring one of
that-
the bodies back?
I don't want to touch that thing. And I'm the strongest one here. I mean,
We have a pretty good
I-
climb to get
I
out.
I like give you like an up and down, and I'm like, arguable.
why do you want to carry that thing?
Not particularly, no.
I'm not even sure who we would tell about it.
I don't
There were
believe
many
we've-
people with swords and gloves on their hands, so I'm sure we could tell somebody. That is the symbol that they are a fighter.
Surely there's someone in charge of the town in some capacity.
I could ask Sandy when I go back.
Perhaps we start with the inn. Tell them what has happened.
I'm sure Clover could tell us who we could inform.
Did you did gather some of the saliva, right?
A bit. It's not terribly easy to remove, but some.
Does anyone have an empty sack?
Selu kind of begrudgingly undoes one of their sleeves and it like hangs down into the pouch. This is about as best as I could do. What did you have in mind?
Look
You're going to
at,
cut off its head, aren't you?
Look at just looking at Kai's weapon. Do you have a heavier blade than mine?
What is your blade?
It's a thin, single-edged blade.
I have a glaive.
I'm familiar with that. That's similar to my walking stick. May I borrow?
For what?
I will cut the thing's head off and put it in the bag.
Oh, well, then let me do that.
Okay.
Reese pulls out his backpack so that Selu doesn't have to use his sleeve. That seems a bit more personal than this.
Your backpack is just full of junk.
It's just there's so much junk in his backpack.
Didn't you offload most of that back in the room?
Yeah, I did offload a bunch of it in the room.
Like all the
but
pots and
there's still
pans and
tons
everything.
There's still tons of junk in here. Don't get me wrong.
So Kai, you are able to behead a dead creature relatively easily.
You know, I think I need to ask questions about myself because this has been a running theme in most of the games I've played lately. I think within the last 4 weeks I've beheaded a lot of things
Yeah.
in a similar fashion, and I'm starting to sense the trend.
Derek and I did that in a game here recently too. So.
Okay. So, we go back.
I think so.
I will start moving back towards I believe the stove that was in the bottom.
Okay. As you are walking back towards the entrance, you hear a bit of a rustling at the top. A stone, just a loose rock, tumbles down. And you look towards the entrance and see a shadow move across it. It looks like a creature, a long, thin shadow with these arching, branching, almost hand-like shadow pieces coming out the sides. And then it turns and moves away.
Like quickly or
calmly?
Have I seen the wolf deer, the weir that they've been seeing?
Weir?
Not yet, no.
I've been calling it a weir since the first time we saw it.
I know.
You've actually been given a name for it too.
I know, but it's a weir to me.
Adult or a weir.
It's adult, yeah.
It's a wolf.
They both sound awful.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It's a weir now. It's a wolf deer.
Isn't it like a kestrix?
Kesselvix, I believe.
Kestrelvix.
Hey, I was close.
Yeah.
You guys hear the Metal Gear Solid exclamation point? And I'm gonna run towards it. Hey, wait!
It's the side of the tunnel.
Okay. The shadow seems to have moved off, and as you get to the bottom of the tunnel and look up, you don't see anything.
I saw the thing again. The one and I like gesture. The Kestrel fix.
You saw it?
Yes, but it was here and then it went up.
Are you absolutely certain? And like as that happens, since we short rested,
Oh, he's gonna do it again.
a gust of wind carries Selu right back up the way they came down.
I'm gonna swear and then try to go.
And as I've got the rope in my hand about to make the climb and I see this happen, I swear, magic makes you lazy.
So Selu instantly being back up at the top. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bill. What'd you say?
No, I was gonna look at Reese and be like, what is this Kestrelvix? Is that creature you keep saying the weir?
It's like he like literally hangs his head. Yes, it's the weir.
Cannon. Okay. That's all I wanted to do.
You just wanted to utter it in world.
Needed it to be stated in character.
Cannon.
I will rush up as well, as fast as my normal human legs.
Okay. So, Jubei, hand over hand on the rope in front of you. You look at it and go, that's gonna be hard.
Yep.
Selu. The shadow was long and stretched in the opening and started turning away before Reese even got the words out. And then you dart forward and get to the bottom, that 20-ish foot climb, and are at the top. And you look around. Nothing.
Damn it!
Reach. Where'd it go?
This thing is y'all's Roadrunner.
It is.
Mimi. Blah, blah.
Did you see it? Did you see it before it was gone?
No.
Looking around.
I was gonna say, instantly start looking around for any signs of like residual anything left. So.
Sure. Looking around, there are no tracks, no footprints, paw prints, hoof prints. snake slithering.
In reality,
nothing.
being stalked.
I'm starting
it's
to
gonna
question
kill us.
whether or not this tuft of fur that I found is even this thing.
You do
But we've seen it.
see a small owl, like miniature barn owl,
Ooh.
sitting on a branch nearby. It's kind of chilling.
Just chilling. Vibing.
Just vibing. But that's the only
So-
creature you see immediately.
I see this owl,
Gonna ask him where it went.
and I literally will look at the owl and say, "Did you see where they went?"
Who?
And as this happens, and Selu states this, briefly the tattoo on their forehead will flare, and their eyes with it, and I will cast Animal Friendship
Magic.
Okay.
on the owl in an attempt to get it to help me.
What a great spell.
Let me double check super quick.
Animal friendship.
It works even better if you sing it.
Oh, thank you. Even better.
Friendship is magic.
So as your eyes kind of glow briefly, and there's a slight swirl of wind and some kind of dried leaves whirl up just a bit, the enchantment does not take hold.
Ooh.
And it looks at you kind of funny and then turns and flies further into the forest.
Yeah, I'll beat your DC.
Oh yeah. Or it's not now.
So, most wildlife.
What was that?
I tried talking to an owl. And normally they're a lot nicer than that. This one didn't seem to want to have anything to do with me.
I've never really tried, but
Are we all at the top?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You all, Jubei, you were the second one to get there.
Well, maybe he did not give a hoot about you.
I'm so proud of you right now as a person.
I like the who joke better.
Three dad joke.
Did you see where he went? Who?
Ugh.
The chat's killing me right now. Thanks, Tiff. So, you all have gathered at the top. No sign of the Kestrelvix. No sign of the owl at this point. No tracks.
Well, guess we head back.
Probably best to do so before dark. Actually, what time of day is it as we get back
Yeah,
out of
is
this
it like
cave?
lunchtime?
Yeah, it's literally lunchtime.
Mist, kind of in the back of the group, is just continuously looking like back down the hole, kind of longingly.
Yeah.
But the adventure was that way.
Don't worry, we'll come back, I promise. Like to see where that hole goes.
Oh, believe me, I'll not be forgetting that that's there.
Well, I guess we'd better go back and I assume we just tell Zane
If we come back and it's gone, that's a whole nother problem.
and then Clover.
If it's gone,
You should be ashamed of that one, Bill.
Oh, that wasn't a joke. Jubei's seriously concerned. If we come back and that hole's not there, it's a whole other problem.
We don't mess with those.
I do think we start with Zane. He did give us directions, and it seems
Fair enough.
Edwin owed him a bit. Best that he knows, and it's on the way.
Did we give him the 4 copper that we found at the body?
Technically,
He was owed money.
He was owed.
Might as well.
heading back to town. Edwin's home was not far out of town. You can see it in the distance, but that's not what strikes you as you begin the trek back. As you begin the trek back, you see a very large, majestic specimen of a horse with patterning that seems to just ever so slightly shift when you blink, walking gently down the road towards you. And next to Navara is a disheveled, coverall wearing, long-haired human. Just from here, you can smell the manure.
Do I recognize the human that's walking with Navarre as the kid that I threatened?
It is not.
Okay.
It is not.
Aw,
Nay.
Jacob, I heard it. I heard it. I'm proud of you. Proud of you.
But Navarra seems to be walking down the path next to this young human. And as
that
from a
your
distance,
horse?
from a distance, they look female. And a couple of you have a bit of recollection. You saw this individual the night before
At the top.
at the summit.
But I did not.
Yeah.
You did not, no.
Is
Yeah.
it that awkward moment with his horse where you both go to like a public place, but you didn't know each other was going, and you kind of
With your own horse.
yeah, with your own horse. You're like, oh, I didn't know you were coming here. We should have come together.
Man, this is kind of awkward. We would have saved gas. Like,
So Kai like straightens up, kind of like in concern, and like you see his hand start to like go for his weapon, but as he studies them, like you can tell Navarre is calm and not distressed at all. And then Reese is like, "Is that your horse?" And I'm like, trust me, I am as confused as you." And I'll pick up my pace and like close the distance a little bit here.
Okay. Navarra seems completely at ease. And as you get closer, and you look at this human walking next to dirt, not caked on by any means, but very much like work of the day, smells of hay and horse manure. And you look at them, and it's really hard to like. You think, okay, I want to say hello, sir, or hello, ma'am, and it's like hard to tell.
Is this the same person I danced with? Or I mocked or mimicked? Okay.
No, there was a working person, a stable hand, so to say, that was.
They were like meditating by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they stop next to Navarra when Navarra stops in front of you and just stands there quietly. They have pale blue eyes and freckles across their skin.
I'll greet Navarra and look at her, and I'll say, "How came you by my horse? Do you work for?" Sorry, the name of the inn is escaping
Clover?
me again.
Yeah, Clover is the innkeeper. It's
Sure, yeah. Do you work for Clover?
No, sometimes. She wanted to go for a walk.
She always wants to go for a walk.
She is pleasant company.
On that we can agree.
Thank you very much. And she turns and starts walking back to town.
But wait,
They stop.
what's your name?
Oh. Hello. I am Vizira.
I'm Reese. It is a pleasure to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Reese.
We saw you at the summit.
Yes, it is beautiful.
Am I getting any weird vibes from this lady?
I don't know, roll your vibe stat?
Yeah, vibe check.
Roll an insight, I guess? I'm not
Good or
sure what
bad
you're
vibe?
looking for.
I'm like Reese is like this. Every time they've seen this woman, she's kind of like just out of place.
Yeah,
Not to
so,
mention that his horse just walked up to us with her.
Mist has been like.
go ahead and roll an insight for me.
With a 10.
Okay, so they don't appear to be like intentionally deceptive, or
Well, I guess like is she like crazy? Like would Reese think that she's
Uh,
a little like unhinged or?
they don't appear to be off the rocker by any means.
Okay. Or neurodivergent or whatever. Yeah. Oh, then he's just generally pleased to meet her. He'll like give a little bow. Thank you for escorting our friend.
What is you are Reese? Yes.
Yes. Reese. And he'll like just gesture and like let everyone introduce themselves.
Mist is super confused right now. Like, the horse showed up, so Mist is backed away as to not startle the horse. And, like, distrusts being around animals because of the way animals act around him. And then you're like, we saw you at the summit. And he's like, we did? And it's just kind of out of it.
This is Mistletoe.
It is nice to meet you, Mistletoe.
Yeah,
And
yes, again, I guess. Apparently, we met you before.
We did not speak. It is
then-
nice to meet you.
this is Selu.
Selu's like already up at Navara, like stroking down her mane and kind of doing a quick check over as well. But like peeks up over the haunches of the horse. Yes, I'm Selu. She's
So
good
they-
company, isn't she?
They pause at you for a moment, and they reach both hands to their chest, and then both hands to their head, and lean forward. It is nice to meet you, Selu.
Do I recognize this gesture?
You have seen this before, back home. This is a formal greeting.
Do they have anything?
They are human, or appear human.
Gotcha. Seeing the gesture, Selu will come around Navara and gesture likewise.
With the greetings and the everything going around, you guys hear a rustling in the bushes in the back. And you see Jubei picking his head up with like a handful of berries, tasting one, spitting it out because it's too bitter. He goes, Jubei, Sojun. And starts like piling the rest into a little pouch.
And you've met
You may-
Navara and Kai.
No. Before you say that, like if you
Okay.
start gesturing, and you may call me Horodrin.
Nod. She told me.
Do you,
Reese like looks back and forth.
Mist and Reese finally look equally confused.
Yeah.
Selu doesn't. At like in direct contrast. So you speak with them as well,
But
but they speak back to you.
no.
Well, now I'm confused. I don't always find others so ready to speak with animals.
They look, and as they pause, kind of near Navara's ears, and you all throughout your own mortal lives as well as those of your characters know you don't walk around behind a horse. But they just reach a hand up and place it on Navarra's flank. And Navarra doesn't even flinch. Doesn't move, nothing. Animals are nicer than people.
It's true.
Often so.
I would
disagree.
I've always said that she is a better judge of character than most, myself included.
They look at Navarra for a moment. Probably. They have a good soul. Animals. All of them. But this one. She is special.
I know this, but how do you?
I go where the animals are. They're better than people most days.
So you know of an animal that is a wolf, but it has these, and it's a Castrol Vix, a thing. It is an animal. You like animals.
Yes.
This is just like the thing now.
We call it a weir.
No, we do not.
Why does it follow us?
Perhaps it finds you interesting.
It's vague.
It does what it wants. They all do. She looks back at Navarra. They look back at Navarra.
I'm just as confused as I started off then.
I am sorry.
It's only partially your fault.
Perhaps.
I partially apologize.
Exactly.
It's no apologies needed. Since I've known this man, he lives in a constant state of partial confusion, from what I can tell. He likes being there. Makes life interesting.
This is also true.
Fair enough.
Are you from here in Schema? Do you live here? Or are you from elsewhere? Are you here for the lights? Or
Yes.
where are you from?
They look at Navarra and I go where the animals are. Where my work takes me.
What is your work?
They reach a hand up and pat Navarra again on the hindquarters, and Navarra seems to just be perfectly comfortable with it. And just smiles, kind of indicating this is...
It is a good work.
I think so. Have a good day.
You as well.
Aren't we all going the same direction now?
Yeah, now it's going to be that awkward moment where we're walking both the same direction.
Unless you would like some privacy on the way back.
No, I would happily walk back with her. Is that where you're going?
Selu looks up at Navarra and says...
She asked Navarra.
Yeah, Selu looks back at Navarra. Would you like some privacy?
I don't know. Kai, would Navarra like some privacy?
Yeah. Yeah, she'll probably do that, like... and then I'll step back and she'll run off into the forest. Stretch the legs.
She'll come back.
She always does.
She cares for you.
Sometimes... Well, there was a time when I'll like glance like towards the party, and I said there was a time when I thought she would be the only one.
Don't.
Hey, you bathed naked with me. Party did not know that.
They did not.
Loving it, loving it.
Is that where you were?
I shrugged.
Did you go to the hot springs?
We did.
It's quite nice.
There's a moment
Went without me.
where Zila is standing and just kind of looks down at themselves. I should probably do that too.
It is nice, and I give her directions.
Reese does the same, like, check.
So they stand there as you give directions and very patiently, very calmly wait them out and smile. Thank you.
We should probably go there. We smell of death in cave.
I look down at the blood all over me.
I do.
They lean forward.
Right.
They lean forward and smell. Yes. And earth.
I would not be opposed to a good bath, but I do believe we have a few stops to make first.
Well, I look at since she smelled us, I look at her. If you want to come with us, we have something very interesting for you to smell at the herbalist shop.
Oh no, do not. I wouldn't fall for his trick if I were you.
I will return to my work.
We would happily walk with you, though.
That would be nice.
April's voice has got me with like the serial killer vibe.
Shall we? And they turn and start walking back to town with you.
Right before like we head out, because I know he got hit once, Reese will walk up to Kai, who's like probably way taller than him, and give him like a pat on the shoulder, like arm up a little awkwardly. Yeah. And it would be when Vizila turns away, and then a little burst of the fireflies appears and settles on him, and you would just heal the rest of your health that you lost.
The 2 health that I lost.
But he would whisper, "You'd be surprised how quickly we care," and he would just walk past.
Oh.
Oh, you guys. So does anybody wish to engage Vizila in conversation or anything in particular you want to hit on the walk back? You've only got a few hundred meters to go.
Awfully suspicious.
Can you type the name in the chat just for my benefit?
5 check.
Yeah, Salu's gonna walk in step.
Bad vibes.
With them.
Jube's being Jube.
It would.
There's a.
Oh, I got it right. Yeah.
You are the first human I've met that knows much of the Terrandine. Have you been amongst the people? My people. Not the people. That's different people.
Not my people.
What do you mean, yo people? Yeah.
No, the people. Once, when I was young, not in a town, but a small encampment
in the Terran itself, in the forests, or elsewhere?
Yes. Off the banks of the Frostbar.
Ah. It is a beautiful forest.
Full of life.
I'm sure there was quite a bit of work you could have done there.
We tended to the beasts with us, and then continued on. It was
With
pleasant.
sorry,
stay.
go.
We don't have to go into like anything further than that if they don't have a whole lot more information. But Sailor would take the time in the conversation, if nobody else really like interjects much else, to like reminisce of the different flora and fauna of the Terran with somebody else that knows the locale during the walk.
Sure. They don't seem to have an intense knowledge of the plant life, but as soon as you start talking about animals, that changes.
Catching that vibe, that they would definitely focus on the wildlife as soon as that happens, then, and just kind of continue in that conversation throughout the walk.
Sure.
Not to shut down anybody else. That's just where the conversation would wander for Selu otherwise. So
Wonderful. Mist?
So early on in the walk, I guess, whenever Reese heals Kai, I feel like Mist is pretty in tune with when Reese is doing magic, and he would like to see if there's any response from Vizela.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
18 plus something. On a dirty 20.
Okay. You have often heard in myth and legend that like the idea of somebody doing magic or witchcraft or sorcery, like it'll make the hair on the back of your neck stand up, or you know, it's the breeze over your arms that causes goosebumps, and like the childhood like witch stories, and that appears to be the only reaction you see. The hair just along the base of their neck kind of stands up a little bit, but that's it.
As the conversation progresses between Selu and this person, Mist still just blurred out like, "Oh, perhaps we should show her the head. She knows animals. She might know what it is."
I think it since Kai cut it off, Kai's the one that's been carrying it, right?
No, it's in Reese's
it's in
backpack.
Reese's backpack, yeah.
Reese, you should show her. Him.
I'm not
they.
sure if that's the best.
We wanted someone who knew about wildlife.
Not to be alarmed by my friends. We encountered something strange in a sinkhole or a cave nearby. But it's a little gruesome. I do not know if you would like to take a look.
Okay.
Reese sighs, pulls out his backpack and shows them. Gingerly, the head.
And almost fearlessly, the hand comes up and touches the clammy skin of the forehead. I don't know this.
The saliva is
Those are
weird. It
natural.
gets all stiff.
And
Yeah.
they made noises that mimicked us.
Yeah, and when they touch you, you get all stiff too.
That sounds
Sorry. Head it together.
That sounds unpleasant.
I found it hard to move.
The claws were responsible for these. And then
It did.
Mist kind of shows the tears and rips through his armor.
I am sorry. I am glad you are okay. It would be a shame if you were not.
It is strange that you care so much about me already.
Are you alive?
Touch and go for a moment, but yes.
Then you are worth caring about.
This is a fun philosophy. I will play with these. And Mist just kind of wanders off, like, in his own imagination.
I almost imagine you like reach down and grab your puzzle box.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know if that was something I could do on the move, but yeah, it would be like a fidget object kind of time.
You have not made a roll for that in this calendar day, so you're welcome to if you would like.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and that one.
Okay.
Does that take away any previous successes?
Unknown.
Okay.
Nothing appears to break.
Okay.
That's good.
I've been trying to track successes on D&D Beyond, so I wasn't sure if I needed to change anything. Yes.
There will be a brief moment where they're walking, probably while Selu is talking to Vizila, that Reese will back up with Kai again, and like kind of whispering, "Look, I'm sorry. I apologize for introducing you earlier. I didn't mean to overstep. I forgot. I was planning on telling, and I forgot that was your right."
I have made many mistakes when it comes to culture, I suppose. Misunderstanding is okay. Thank you for your apology.
I wouldn't want you to mistrust us. Your culture is interesting.
You all have earned my trust.
Thank you. That means a lot.
And I hope that you will forgive any mistakes that I may make in the future.
Of course. As long as you do not make me smell a fruit like Jubei did.
I do not like that fruit.
Me neither.
Guy
I'd like to avoid
shivers a little bit, like remembering it, just like ugh.
I imagine they both do it at the same time. We don't talk about the fruit.
I'm cracking up at Bill like peeling his cat off of him.
That's my life. Caught on stream. That is my life.
So, the group of you arrive back in Schema with Vizila in tow. And as you get to the square, which is now bustling with activity, there are people streaming in by the caravan. The activity of setting up tents outside of the city grounds, and there is a pavilion going up in the center of the courtyard, and you can see the lift is going up, taking wagons up to the next level. And from this angle, you can actually see underneath it. And you see this massive brass cylinder and a team of 4 oxen hitched to this strange chain that extends into this big spoked wheel deeper in. very strange contraption. Thank you for walking with me. You have a good day.
We reached Saturday at con, y'all.
You as well.
As they leave, thank you for sharing the memories. And I will give the same gesture back to them again before they leave.
Everyone's thanking her, and Kai feels like he needs to thank her, and so he's like, "Thank you for walking my horse." Is she around?
Navarra is not. You gave Navarra her head, so she.
I know, it's fine. And that's totally fine.
She does what she wants.
Kai's not worried.
Never see her again until like we're level 17.
Mist, you
She
were
leveled
saying
up too.
Yeah, so Mist, like, just super struggling with the puzzle box this time, almost absent-mindedly, just says, "Yes, thank you for caring about me." And just...
Have a good day. And they walk calmly and collectedly over towards the switchbacks to begin walking up.
Reese will put his hood up. So we go to Zane.
It is that time, and Mist will put the puzzle box away and put up too.
Yeah, he was here on the floor, the lower
Right.
level.
So Zane Isprit is the proprietor of the Restful Wake, the inn and very cheap drinking hall of.
It's also the work board, right?
The floor, and he also has the work board. Yes, sir.
Yeah. We saw the line and we got worried.
Yep. So making your way over to Zane's is fairly easy, and you enter a much more bustling tavern hall than was this morning. Weary travelers coming in and looking for the first drink they can find. And Zane sees you come in. Oh, you all look awful. I'll be with you in a moment. Grab a seat at the bar.
We look better than Edgar.
Edwin.
He pauses for a moment. That's unfortunate. And goes back to delivering drinks. Comes back and pours each of you a beer. And sets it on the bar for you. So, where'd you find him? Poor bastard, still drunk?
Sniff the beer.
It smells like hops. And nothing else.
Sailor takes a sniff and just pushes theirs towards Kai.
His culinary curiosity takes a hold of him, and you'll see like Jubei's tongue kind of roll out of his snout and lick the beer a little bit. What does it taste like?
Butthole.
Oh.
Warm, flat butthole.
But with the taste of really bad beer and the hops, he instantly thinks of an idea of mixing this with a stout cheese and making a soup.
I love it.
Of course.
I love it.
Because that's what you do with really bad beer. You just make beer cheese soup out of it.
That's right.
I see Jubei lick it and like do all this like introspective thought, and I just push mine towards him.
Oh, he doesn't drink it. He sets his down.
Oh no, Reese doesn't care.
Sorry, it's not the good stuff, but that's all we got down here.
I'm not very thirsty.
Mist is, as the rap lyrics say, Mist is drinking this like groceries if it tastes like butthole, and will just be. I almost died today. I'm like almost shaking.
I pushed mine.
What did Edgar do to you?
Well,
you got me saying it now.
Edwin didn't have much to say about it.
We found Edwin, his house. There was an accident.
Well, we found most of him.
Oh. That's awful. I'm never gonna get those 10 gold.
Actually, there was a letter from Edwin, and I reach into my pocket and pull out enough to pay off his debt. And here, and slide it to him.
Oh.
No man
Thank-
should leave this earth owing a debt to another. That's what creates ghosts.
A little icon flashes at the top of the screen. Reese will remember this.
Well, thank you much. I suppose I'll find one of these poor fools who can cook, and send them up to help Clover out, I guess.
You know, with a little bit of my culinary talent and this interesting take on beer, we can do something special with Clover and probably make you both some gold. And when I say that, I'm going to look at him dead in the eyes. You know, you and her teaming up during this festival, trying to, help lighten the load of the work that her and that poor young boy are doing now that Edwin's lost his head. You should step in before someone else takes the opportunity to step in to make some gold. And I'm going to use my intimidation of forceful presence.
Okay.
To scare him that he's
Roll it.
missing out on an opportunity. So that'll give me advantage on an intimidation check.
Okay.
I like the take on instead of fear for life, it's fear for financial loss.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
FOMO. It's FOMO.
So that is with, thank God for an advantage, a 13 and a 3 and a 16 plus 3. That's a 19.
Nice.
Okay. There's a moment where you
Just
can
40.
see the entrepreneurial wheels turning. You might have something there. You know what? I'll go talk to Clover.
My
That's a
mother
good
told me I was more than my good looks.
Yeah, I got nothing. But that's a good one. Thank you for that, friend. Here, these are on the house. They were anyway, but I guess if you want another, I'll
let my friends get to you. If you bring me a parchment and a coal pen, I'll write you a recipe for a nice soup to go along with your beer as a stock.
Fair enough. He supplies said parchment.
Okay. I'll stop hogging the roleplay now.
No, you're good.
You're good, man.
Would you, while we were there, we found that there are some caves that led towards
caves all over the place around here.
But they led towards one of the chutes, the vents.
Oh, okay.
But there were things in the.
Creature.
Are there perchance? Do we know that these are all linked together?
If you want to know more about that, you should find Taggart. Kind of runs the town as much as anybody does, anyway.
Where can we find him? And will he be available during? I look around at the busyness.
Well, you'll probably find him up in the Cashlin home. Bastard that he is. He's very proud of Taggart, if you know what I mean. Yeah, last name's Lyndon Flockstout.
Does that ring any bells?
None whatsoever.
Other than like
obnoxiously long.
Bless you.
Yeah. Taggart, Lyndon Flockstout. I'm pretty sure he made it up, but
what the hell did you just say to me? No, I'm kidding.
Sounds made up. Gesundheit.
But he's
Ulrich von Liechtenstein.
there may or may not be some inspiration for a few characters from that movie.
What was that explorer's name in Goonies that they found dead?
Oh man.
Can't remember.
Deep cut. I don't remember.
Oh
Man,
man, I'm blanking.
That's gonna drive me crazy. Okay, I'm gonna go into a Google hole while you guys roll.
Okay. Taggart is he's kind of the MC of the ceremonies. Has been the last couple of years anyway. Is also the arbiter of the duels for the tournament. He'll be around. Probably in his cups today, but he'll be around.
Well, I guess we better go tell him about the news.
If he is at the hold, then we will need to stop by Clover's. Clover's first. It will be more on the way.
Copperpot. Something Copperpot. Sorry.
Chester.
Yeah, that was Chester.
Chester Copperpot. Thank you.
Nice.
So they're driving me nuts too.
Nice. Selu kind of looks down. Perhaps Clover first, and perhaps a bath before we see everyone else.
I doubt you're gonna find Taggart sober before the festival starts, so I don't know that I'd worry too much about it.
Sorry, maybe I misheard. What didn't he mention? Like the super fancy place?
Yes.
Yes.
Further of where to find Taggart?
Yes, and then he
probably
told you
drinking.
Taggart was probably not sober.
Yeah, he's like drinking there.
His exact words were, "You can find him in the Cashlin home, the bastard that he is."
Of course.
He's probably drunk. Give it a couple of days. He'll sober up the day before the tournament starts anyway, which is the second day of the festival. So
This is the person
Very
that
well.
runs the town.
runs is an awfully formal word for it. I mean, if you want to talk to somebody who knows everybody, you go talk to Christoph over at the Wares. But if you want to talk to somebody who kind of organizes, big, loose, delegates, most like, then you go talk to Taggart.
Jubei speaks up as he's writing. Actually, we would want to talk to the person, not the person that runs the place, but the person that cares enough and is known that if there's troubles, they would make it better. You know the person in which I speak. Every town has one.
Yeah. To be honest, probably me or Christoph. Hey, there's caverns all over the place, and they're not mapped by any means. Some folks made sure they're safe, kind of thing, every now and then. But we've never had any trouble.
I am very familiar with nobility, and there are those that are the ones that shine, and you pay attention to, and there are the ones that actually get the jobs done behind their backs, as they get the praises. The unsung heroes, such as yourself. Those are the ones we need right now.
He kind of points to the work line that he has going outside, and we make sure everybody's taken care of. It's a small town. It only gets bigger this time of year, and Taggart's got the biggest mouth, so he likes to talk a lot in front of the crowd. I'm not. If you want to tell somebody, you can tell him, but there's not much I can do about it. There's a cavern. There's lots of caverns. I don't know what.
Well, this one's easy to spot. Edwin's home is halfway in it.
Oh, man.
It was a bit of an act, but we're not sure.
Do you all take time to explain the cavern, just to kind of
Yeah, I'll probably explain that there was a sinkhole and then there was a cavern, and then there was the shaft of air.
And then Mist would take that bland story and elaborate on it as much as possible.
Of course.
Okay, so 4 hours. No. Oh, okay, so there's a sinkhole, and then there's a new cavern exposed.
Yeah.
It's a bit different.
But there was things living there, and there was a cave-in on the other side that went somewhere. But more interesting was these creatures that lived there came from somewhere.
Hi. Show him the bag.
I'll shrug the fucking backpack forward and just lift the flap. I'm not going to pull it out.
Just
I'm gonna loom over the bag so nobody else can see it.
I would look at it behind your tavern unless you want this beer that they're drinking on the floor.
Selu's gonna put their hand on the bag before they show anything. To be fair, they're dangerous, but I think they're mostly dangerous if anyone goes down to the caverns. I don't think there's much to fear of them coming up.
Hey,
Maybe at night, but I think they're going to stay down there mostly.
There's a sense of worry that you can see on his face, that like the way you were conveying information before wasn't really getting across the concern. And as you like proffer this bag and a head in a bag, he's like, here, let's step out back.
Oh, I mean, they gave our friend Mist here a new belly button.
A long one.
Yep.
And I will be asking you about where I could potentially get these fixed or just buy something new. But that is a different story for when we are done showing you this thing.
Fair enough. And so getting outside and presenting this head, he's immediately like, oh.
I know.
You should have seen it when it was trying to bite you.
Oh, man, you weren't kidding. Okay, that's a bit different. So you said it's under Edwin's house.
Well, Edwin's house more under it now.
Fair enough. And you say there's another tunnel. So all the vents that come around here are all thin and small. They create enough steam and whatnot, and release enough into the air for the lights, but nothing that big. Maybe the largest opening that I've ever heard of that goes down any further anyway.
We did confirm that it is one of the vents. It was the same gas.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll pay a couple of guys to go just keep an eye out and not go in it, but just make sure nothing comes out of it for a day or so. And just keep an eye. If it looks like nothing's happening, then we'll worry a little less about it. But we should probably find out what's down there.
Has anyone ever gone down deep in, like delved into the shaft?
No, all these other shafts and tunnels are all so small you can't really get a person down them.
How old is the town?
As old as anyone, really.
There's areas like this will have legends, and legends ring with a little bit of truth. Anything, any childhood tales of something that comes up from the ground.
No, there's legends of cities of gold and things like leprechauns and whatnot, but nothing specific to here. It's all been about the sky and the lights. This is new.
Perhaps when we discuss where to get new armor or fixed armor, we could also discuss where to procure what we need to go very deep down into a very sharp drop of a tunnel. It seemed to go on for quite some way.
Okay. I'll tell
Longer than this rope, and I pull out like my 50-foot rope.
I'll tell you what, friends. Let's I'll put a couple of fellows on the place, and we'll keep an eye on it, and let's figure this out over the course of a day or two. I can't really do much until the festival's over, as far as like any sort of, coordinated effort to figure out what's going on with it.
Well,
I mean, we've had a few sinkholes around here, but nothing that's opened up into something else.
we'd be fine to explore it if we could come back in a day or two with some supplies.
How often have you had other sinkholes?
Like every, I don't know, last one was 15, 20 years ago.
That's enough.
Not regularly by any means, but the ground around here, it's pockets of gas and air, and this I've never heard of a tunnel large enough to go down. You could maybe send a rat down some of the other tunnels around here, and that's it.
Well, we saw creatures down there. At least the remains of them bigger than a rat.
We should at least know what it is, or figure out a way to cave it in.
One or the other.
Well, for now, I think making sure that we keep the town safe is the best we can do.
Well, as you can see, we got our fair share of idiots here right now. And he points over at a dude like puking in a back alley. Oh, let me go take care of him. Check in a day or two. I'll let you know what I found. I'll ask around, see if anybody knows any old legends or anything. And I try to enjoy the festival as best you can. Thank you, by the way. Don't have a lot of coin to give or anything, but
don't worry. We'll be in town for a bit.
Yeah. Sandy said you were good folk.
Well, that's good, because she's good people, too.
We try to take care of each other. All of us, really.
Good.
when all the damn tourists are gone, anyway. So,
if you need us, we'll be obviously at the light in bed.
Yeah, I'll be in touch. Give me a couple of days. Like I said, I'll post some fellas down there. A couple of copper, they'll be happy, and they don't have to carry bags the whole day.
Oh, don't forget. And I roll the parchment up around the charcoal pen and hand it back to him. I go, that is a simple beer cheese soup with aged cheddar, some sautéed onions cooked in a covered pot for several hours, served in a bread bowl. You'll have plenty.
And now I'm pretty hungry. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, it should be. Clover should have some food on, and I'm gonna talk to Clover about this too. Thank you, by the way.
Perhaps you could tell me now where to go for armor?
Oh, sorry. There's a fella who lives down that way who's a leathersmith. Can help you patch it up, or if you want something new, he may have a piece or two, a simple, like huntsman garb, or I think Dinglish is in town now, so he may have some stuff.
Oh, that guy.
I get to see Dinglish again! And I just, bounce my way out of the tavern.
Right, he's excitable. Okay.
Very.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, this is a lot. We'll be all right. So,
You know where to find us if there are problems.
yeah. He has this okay, goes back inside. So as the party continues its way back up towards the lightened bed to seek Clover, you are able to deliver the news to Clover, and with a little bit of help from Jubei, let her know that she and Jed will have some assistance coming from brain fart coming from Zane.
Zane.
To help her get through the season, and relief is washed over. And she says, "Anything at all you need, let us know." And a few things to point out as you return to the top. There are several different distinctive styles of dress. You see several people in very tight-fitted tunics with either a hand-gloved. If there is a hand glove, there's always a weapon displayed. You also see folks in more loose-fitting, casual garb. This will be very familiar to Ionan garb. Warmer wools, but definitely loose and casual and easy to take on and off in layers, and lots of blues. Additionally, as you arrive at the step, marching up the next level to the midden, you see 4 Dragonborn in full blue armor. Mist, these will look very, very, very familiar in their armor and basically uniform.
As the Jerusalem guard of her ladyship.
Yes.
With that, do I know that they only go where she goes?
You do not.
Okay.
Are these Dragonborn of my homeland?
They are dressed in armor reminiscent of home, but all their armor is identical. It is all blue tinted metals.
Are they colored?
They are of various colors. They're a little ways away, so it's kind of difficult to tell.
Oh, okay.
They're several switchbacks up, going up to the midden, whereas you guys are on the step. And they disappear up into the midden.
That armor looks reminiscent of her ladyship's personal guard. Do you know of the Drusenate that protect her?
Who is
or that protect Iona?
Who is the ladyship?
The Queen of Iona. I am in her service, I believe. I do not know. I don't know what a free knight technically is. I just like the title.
I don't.
The truth comes out.
I don't know who that is, do I?
Roll a history check for me, real quick.
Highly doubt it. +1. Nope, 9.
Okay. You don't know. I mean, he is talking about Iona, which is a whole other country.
Yeah.
But they were dressed. They were Dragonborn. You know, the mail, the armor plate that like comes down over the snout, and everything, much like was at home, but it was all identical.
Any red scales?
Not that you can see from this distance.
So
they stick out of a crowd, but it's still a ways away, and it's difficult to tell.
So several things would have happened that you guys would have seen Jubei do. On seeing other Dragonborn, especially armored ones, Jubei would have tried to work his way into the crowd.
It helps if you put your hood up.
Reese is like, no, I was here first.
As they're walking away, and then Mist calls my attention, I would notice that they're walking away, and I would stop and say, I am not familiar. Until this moment, I did not realize there were more Dragonborn outside of my homeland.
They are to receive much prestige.
Noted.
Okay. Making your way again back to the light in bed. Your conversation with Clover goes well, and eventually you do see Vizela outside walking back with Navara when Navara returns.
that horse thinks some shit.
So, are we still on the bottom level?
No, at this point you're on the step.
Okay, so
But
she's back up on. Okay.
Yeah, it's seen when you see Navara come up the switchbacks, you see Vizela with her.
Gotcha.
And the atmosphere of festival is growing around you. The bright colored streamers are getting hung up. The signs, and actually that evening, as the dinner is eventually served, there is a fire spinner juggling fire and spinning double-ended fire staves out in the festival streets, and even breathing fire. And there's this really kind of almost pulse of excitement in everyone around you that the festival is starting. The festival is starting. And the moon is rising.
It's starting for like 3 days now.
But now we're actually getting there.
But now we're here.
Yeah. And the last thing before we call it a night for the evening. Reese. As you sit in the tavern and the sun is setting, you hear a whistling sound outside the inn.
Immediately, I perk up, and I imagine most of my companions are like focused on other things. So I will just slip out.
Okay.
Mist is trying to finish his story from the night before. As he tries to perform again.
Okay. So you are able to perform, and it's a fairly easy night for you.
Whether anybody else is listening or not, Selu is like taking in this story, like super excited to hear where it goes.
I need to know.
And in this second edition, the final edition going on here, the story goes into a faithful knight of the queen from the previous evening, and who is potentially come to harm in battle and falls, and in an attempt to save his life, sacrifices herself back to the origin of the moon and becomes the moon herself.
Ooh.
Baby.
Just in time for the moon to rise. Hopefully,
That's tough,
if I
bud.
timed it correctly.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
tough, buddy.
Tough,
There it
buddy.
Wait, did someone
There it
just take
is.
the plot from an Avatar episode?
Oh, everything he's done has
I'm
been
glad
from
you caught on,
Avatar.
Bill.
I just finished that
finally did
series.
Every
I
story
watched it
he has
all.
told so far has been an Avatar
Secret
reference.
tunnel.
Yeah.
Through the mountains.
Yeah, it was good.
So, Reese,
I was very late on the Avatar kick.
you get outside. What do you do? You get outside. There is a fire spitter breathing fire. There are people gathered around.
If it's getting dark, then I'm probably less worried about people seeing me. But I will probably move towards. I'm assuming the fire spinner's in that circle, that like spiral. So I'm going to move around it towards the lip of the cliff. And like wait and see if I can hear it again. Maybe like a minute or two.
You wait a moment, and you hear, or feel, rather, a question as you look up at the nearly full moon rising. And you hear this questioning sense of purpose in your mind. Like, what? What do?
He is going to actually take a page from Jubei's book. He's going to sit down cross-legged. He's going to like take a deep breath, and he probably starts fiddling with his deck of cards. He's not like going to pull them out, but he's like probably cutting them and cutting them, folding them.
Be in the moment.
Yeah, and like a nervous tick. And he starts to just drift, like his mind. And he wants to send an emotion back. Like a question. Like, what is...
As you do, you're fiddling with your cards, and there's this moment where you stumble, and your cards just clatter out in front of you, all face down. And there's a rustle in a bush in front of you, and a small white and gray fox steps out, and you look back at these cards all face down in front of you, and there's one card face up. It's the familiar.
Oh, snap.
Thank you very much for playing tonight, everybody, and welcome to level 3.
Yeah! Ah, super
A perfect
exciting.
time for this to be studying your magic.
Right? Hype.
Such hype.
That's awesome.
Big
Man.
Big hype, y'all.
So hype.
It is hard to play D&D with you on my table.
He's like,
Speaking of
what?
familiar.
Speaking
Deal
of
with it.
familiars.
If as we go through accolades tonight, if you don't mind rolling your hit die for your next level and letting me know what you are taking.
What are the
I got a
rules?
7.
What we roll is what we roll, or
Roll plus con.
okay.
Are
No
we,
reroll ones or whatever.
Are we
No,
just,
yes, reroll ones.
are we
That's what I was
just
asking.
stating level, or are we going into like subclass type stuff? Because level 3 is
I
kind
mean-
of a big deal.
Yeah. So if you are cross-classing elsewhere, let me know and why and how it fits in the roleplay you've done thus far.
But
But
multi-class Swiss Army knife. No,
Oh,
but
Jubei.
level 2 in everything.
So you want us to say what level we're taking what in?
Yeah, so just tell me what you're doing for your next level and what your hit points are and what your accolade is.
Yes, I'm so glad I rolled that in Astral. I just rolled a 12.
Oh man, nice.
Oh, nice.
So just straight through camera order here for me. Bill, as you hit level 3, what subclass are you taking?
I'm actually struggling right now for some reason. I'm like, Bill knows this, but Tired Bill doesn't. It's D10 for a fighter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, why am I struggling with this right now? Okay. All right, rolled an 8, so that's going to be 10 more.
Nice.
And let's see, level 3, I'm going to take it in fighter, and I don't know, I'll go Echo Knight. No. I'll go Samurai.
Derek. Sorry, Bill, your accolade before I forget.
Actually, I was really impressed with how Sean handled Miss getting wounded really bad.
Yeah.
Like, that was one of my favorite takes.
Cute.
Like, getting hit, like, super duper bad. The roleplay on that was great. So, that's mine.
Absolutely. Derek.
I'm taking level in Barbarian. Going Wild Magic Barbarian. If
Yeah.
I did that already.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Oh,
So
okay.
exciting.
Yeah, man, that didn't translate at
No.
all.
Accolades. I think mine's gonna go to Patrick for the like 2 little interactions that I had with Reese, where like the healing thing, and then the like apology about misstepping with the Herodran culture and stuff like that.
That was beautifully done. Jacob.
So just rolled and hit die. Pulled a 9 on the D10, so that'll be a plus another 10 for a total of, for a total of 32 hit points from your local level 3
What the hell?
ranger.
Off.
I have almost max rolled every level. Like I'm off by 1 hit point for max HP. I will be taking level 3 in Ranger, and subclass will be the Fey Wanderer.
Whoop whoop.
Oh, good. I want to see that one played.
Yeah. I'm super excited.
Yeah,
and your accolade for the day?
My accolade is gonna go to since Sean has already had one. I will go with mine to Bill. I really appreciated Jubei's moment of paying for Edwin's debt, and like that moment, and his interactions with Zane. There, I really liked that RP moment there. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Patrick.
Oh gosh, I just realized I get 2nd level spells and there's so many of them. I'm going Warlock, and I'm officially Pact of the Chain.
Yeah.
Gathered that from my little familiar dude.
Yeah, but you're going Warlock, so you have to take a nap after each spell.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
There's so many spells and you only get like one.
Yeah, basically. I'm still Celestial Warlock. I rolled a 4. I have barely breached 20 hit points. I'm exactly at 20. Yeah. So
dude, I'm like, I'm over 2 of you.
Yeah, I was about to say you all are like double my.
So we got a couple of beefcakes. It's fine. Your accolade for the night, sir.
I'm not supposed to be a beefcake, yet somehow
the description. I love the description of Selu's spells. They're such a cool. It's a unique take on like the wind enhancing your spells and like the thunderclap hitting when it all swoops together.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really, really neat.
Thanks. I'm having a lot of fun with them for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. And last but certainly not least.
So at level 3, I am going Arcane Trickster Rogue.
I'll teach you some magic.
As I pay attention to some magic, my plan is to play it more like a sorceress-based magic, but being a high-end character, like figuring out how magic works and making it work for myself, instead of the inherent kind of knowledge of the warlock or the sorcerer. Man, I have rolled incredibly subpar on hit points. So I rolled a 1, re-rolled, got a 3. I'm at a max of 15 right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I have not rolled above a 3 on any of them.
What?
My accolade.
At first level, you get max hit die, right?
Yeah, that was 8.
Okay. That sucks.
Yep.
So you're rolling. You have no con modifier. Is that?
Nope.
So,
I got a +1, so it's rough.
I mean, Selu only has a +1 too, so
all dex and int. And my accolade goes to Bill for Jubei. The hold the line kind of one-on-one samurai combat that you were getting into in the mountain. I know that like it wasn't. I don't know if you were intentionally like RPing it that way or not, but it seemed very thematically appropriate, and I really appreciated it.
Oh no, that's Jubei. He's gonna do it himself or not.
Of all the like chaos going on with the rest of us, Jubei's over there just soloing one of them. Like, yeah, what's taking you all so long? And that was really cool.
And then at the end,
Well, it's okay. I second guessed what I was gonna do because I don't want him to fall into the Dragonborn trope of always using his breath weapon. But
Right.
I kind of wish instead of going for the attacks that last round, I just
spat on him.
spat on him.
Yeah.
Because I would have done like one sword attack and saw he was so close, or instead of that like just freeze up fire.
Love it.
I like it.
So my accolades, like everybody did really great moments, had really great moments this week. For Bill, your interactions with Jubei especially with the shopkeep and paying off dude's debt and your reaction to the other Dragonborn. We're all
Jubei's an enigma.
It was all wonderful. Derek, your Casey Jones combat was awesome, and then
I'm not
pulling
familiar
out
with that reference.
Casey Jones was the dude who carried a golf bag on his back and
I'm old.
had like
he didn't get that.
cricket bats and baseball bats and golf clubs in it in Ninja Turtles.
Gotcha.
My favorite part for you was the interaction with Vizila. Selu, your excitement to go explore and to go down further and see what was going on, and that just like excited energy you bring to the sense of exploration is always awesome, even in just fleeting little moments. It always sticks out for Selu for me. Patrick, I've been building up to your little familiar dude. I hope you like what I built for you.
I'm so excited.
It's gonna be fun. And your interactions with everybody, they're like, oh crap, I'm gonna die, but I'm still gonna get involved and help, and just immediately going to trying to be that support role character, but also I'm gonna blast this thing. And and then I saved Jubei's life. Like, nailed it for me.
Very important.
Oh, it's just he's going to show that Jubei doesn't have to babysit him anymore, and Jubei can go somewhere else on the battlefield, and
You have babysat him in the previous fights.
Yeah.
So, and Sean, your the way you handled getting wounded, man, like that, it was such good RP for Mist. And then immediately switching back to that like cautious, I don't trust people interaction with Vizila just showed such great range. You all did amazing. Inspiration is actually really difficult for me this week, but I think the moment that really stuck out to me more than anything else was paying off Edwin's debt.
Yeah.
Especially out of your own coin. So, Bill, GM inspiration to you, sir.
Actually, I think I've got one.
Okay. Would you like to give it to somebody else and tell me why?
Sean. Because missed wound. I mean, I was really impressed with that. Just, it's like, I don't know what it was about it. It's like, oh god, I'm hit. It's like, how bad was a hit? How bad was it a hit? If you tell me it's like 2 HP.
So my max is 12. I got hit for 9. So if he had tried to hit me with the second attack of his attack action,
Yeah.
he would have had disadvantage. But if he had contacted, I would have died.
Yeah.
What was that reaction that you used, by the way?
It is
up to you if you want to share it.
Oh, sorry. You don't have to tell. I was just wondering.
It's just an innate ability that Mist has.
Sweet.
Extra mechanical fluff.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah. I super appreciate it. I also have an inspiration point already.
A bunch of you guys used your inspiration.
Play it forward. You pick the next person.
Because last time I tried to give it to you, and you gave it to me, and I'm banking it. So
yeah.
Kill.
So I would give it to Kai for the night.
I have one. But please tell me why I'm awesome.
A bunch of you guys used inspiration tonight in the fight, so
I
just make sure.
I believe it was just myself and.
I mentioned that I had inspiration, but I was like, I think I'm going to hang on to it because it was my javelin throw.
They're like Star Wars D20 force points, right? You can have a pool of them.
I mean, I'm happy to keep bouncing it around. Like, there are things that I could, compliment everybody on this evening.
Give it to my cat Tater.
Okay, so it seems that we have Selu or Reese without inspiration.
Okay. On that one, I'll give it to Selu. This is the most cooperative game Selu and Mist have had thus far. in terms
Yeah.
of the
Thanks.
warning about the invisible creature, investigating the strange wind, going over stories, carving out something's tooth. Like it was just a cool team building session between the two of us. Much more interaction than we've had in any other session.
Thanks. I've been trying to find moments when it felt like it was right for that to happen, and I felt like we got to have some of that tonight. So I was glad to have them.
Absolutely.
Well,
Awesome.
thanks. I'll mark it down.
Well, thank you everybody for bearing with us, especially through the little mechanical figuring out who's getting this inspiration. Now you get one, and you get one, and you get one. I think I shot myself in the foot when I gave everybody one week.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, that's the reason I've got that rule. You got to spend it in the next game.
So, thank you very much for watching our episode of Thrayne. The next episode will air in 2 weeks, as this is a bi-weekly game, but tune in this coming Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be April 3rd for the next episode of Breakfast and Dragons. And thank you very much. Have a wonderful night, everybody.
Thank you.